She's a riveted still. There she is. There she is. Welcome to Jill's.
You know, I really wish they'd let us play music up here. Make these long trips go by a lot faster.
It's against regulations.
Yeah, I never understood that.
They just don't want us having a dance party when a proximity alert goes off.
See, that's a dumb reason. Because we'd already be on our feet, ready for action.
Greetings and felicitations.
We go together or not at all?
Don't be a fool!
To distant friends.
To friends.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yes.
Absent friends.
Hello and welcome. This is officially a shore leave. It's shore leave number 73. But, you know, that's the name of the show. We're going to have some fun tonight because there are wonderful things about life, and there are some also very painful things about life. And today I personally had a mixture of both because I got to watch my son swim at a meet today. It's his very first meet because he's always switching sports. I don't know if he's ever going to find a sport he really likes, but he wanted to give up swimming so bad, and he looked really good today doing something that he thought he hated, which he's like, I like swimming, but that was too long. So anyway, we'll make that better next time. But anyway, that was a good thing. And I saw Project Hail Mary, and while I'm going to delight in it, I just want to assure you guys, I don't want to spoil it. Anybody who's seen it, you can talk about how you like it, but please make sure not to spoil any major plot points because it is a very wonderful movie that you've got to go see yourself in the theaters. Go check it out.
Absolutely.
And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. And it's also a wonderful day because William Shatner is turning 95 tonight. He's depending on your time zone, he already is. But, you know, life has wonderful things and then painful things. And so, of course, many people are mourning Chuck Norris, the legacy he left as an entertainer. But personally, myself, I'm mourning a friend who I've known around since the very start of my time listening on YouTube. So, if you know her, you'll be sad to know that Yvette has passed away, and she was there. She was there from the beginning, or from the start of when I was around here on YouTube. I was around basically when LDG, if you know LDG, Free the Net. He's going to free the internet one day. But back then right now he has something called the underground. But back then it was basically above ground. But I forget what he called it. It was basically he was live 24/7. And he would talk about who is live and tell people to go watch other people who were live on air while he was live. Anyway, I really enjoyed that and listening to those two talk and everybody else talk and Bird of Prey 5 and everybody and DJ Odyssey and all those wonderful people. Just having a good time dropping in on his above ground. That's all I'm calling it because I forget what he called it. It was like something, well, I guess if you're here, you could tell me. But anyway, I was always impressed with her and her science because, of course, she was a true-to-life quantum physicist, meaning that was her real-life job. And, of course, a ardent Doctor Who fan, she would talk your ear off about it. She knew everything about it. And she basically seemed to live in a TARDIS if you looked at her bedroom. And you'll hear many people say that Yvette is kind over the coming weeks, and I'm sure they're going to be way better tributes to her from people who actually knew her better than I do, because I kind of was more of just a witness to her awesomeness. But But the real thing is that she was also pretty vicious to those who were unkind. So as she was kind, she also dealt it back to people who were not so kind. And so I appreciated her for that as well. And but we're going to talk about the good things in life, and if there's some painful things, then that's also an important part of life too. So thank you for being here tonight, and we're going to have a little discussion about some of those good and bad things. And thank you to Scotty R37 for joining me tonight. He can't be here for long. There's something good in life that is happening for him tomorrow. So as we said, tomorrow, Sunday, March 22nd, is William Shatner's birthday. But it's also another one of our friends' birthday, Daniel's Hot Topics, and Scotty R37 is planning to hang out with him tomorrow in real life.
Right. It's going to be an actual YouTube meetup for his birthday. We're going to go and see what the food court is kicking. But it's going to be a good time, and I'm looking forward to that. Spending time with friends of the channel, so that'll be good. And I think we're going to hit a video store as well, and that's always good.
I feel like that's going to be a really wonderful part to it. But the food court's a good choice because you got variety to choose from. And thank you I know you can't, and because of that meetup, Scotty R37 can't be here for too long. I told him I'm going to keep him for an hour, and then once we hit the 1 hour mark, I'll let him go. So thank you for starting the show with us. And I also in order of appearance, I want to say hello to JetSparks. Thank you for joining us today. I can't wait to talk to you about stuff tonight. And how are you doing?
Well, could have been better. Could be better. Could be worse.
Oh, isn't that just? Yeah, that's actually the theme of tonight's show.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life.
Wonderful and painful and all of it. It's just too much. And Mr. Phobos said you just showed up. Thank you so much for showing up tonight. How's going?
I just got back from seeing the movie, and so
you think just generally, not no spoilers. We're doing no spoilers tonight.
I'm not I don't need to spoil anything. I will have to say that this is definitely a movie worth going to see on the biggest screen you possibly can. My issues with it are just sort of like I would have done things differently. The production design was a little bit puzzling to me. Just I'm not sure why they made some of the choices, but it really has nothing to do with the enjoyment of the film. I am so ridiculously impressed with the job Ryan Gosling did in this movie. I really didn't. I kind of had a suspicion that he was good for this role, but man, he really nailed it. I was very impressed. But
yeah, I can see that. Like, as a science fiction fan, I could see, well, they didn't really do a whole lot to make me believe in this, but I want to believe in it anyway because the story is so great.
Yeah, what I believe in is that puppet. So for me, Rocky is the star of this movie, and I'm more than happy to look at it this way. There are definitely, I don't think anybody's going to dislike this movie. There may be maybe I would have done it this way or that way or whatever, but if you like the book at all, you're going to thoroughly enjoy and love this movie. In some ways, I'm still digesting it, but they really nailed the soul of the book. And, I don't think that was all that easy a task. The way they had to convey so much, science and math, and the fact that it is sort of it's a story about solving and overcoming one problem after another, and then this solution causes more problems, and in some ways it's like a fetch quest, but I found it incredibly entertaining. The movie really had heart, and I have I have many things to questions about it, but nothing bad to say about it at all. Like, you know, maybe I would have gone a different way with certain things, especially like the ship design. But I've got nothing bad to say about it. It's
a little pointy.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, I have this image. I've read the book a couple of times, and I have a very strong image about, you know, what I created when I was reading his descriptions, and they don't really match up. But again, that doesn't hurt my enjoyment of the film. The story is there, the heart and soul of the book is there. And if my experience with The Martian is similar, which is a movie I go back to every couple of years and I like it even better each time, then I will just continue to sort of love this movie even more going on into the future.
I think the inside of the ship is better than the outside, but and it has so much humor, heart, and it's wonderful. It's a great movie.
I can only imagine what the technical manuals of this ship must look like. I mean, how many screens and buttons and like.
I just figured, well, it makes sense to Rocky and his people, and we're humans, and so the design doesn't make sense to us. But that's the alien nature of it. I'm not afraid of.
No, I'm talking about Ryland's ship, but like
that. Yeah.
But I guess the nature, like, man, how many screens are on that thing, and how many consoles and panels with buttons and knobs? But it sort of gives you the idea that it was sort of kludged together in a panic of a bunch of different things. It's not like, you know, they had a lot of time to put this together. So it sort of conveys the impromptu nature of the project to begin with. But still,
right. At least, that's a wonderful part of the movie, is that the whole world is working on this together.
Yeah. So it really reflects, like, if everybody got together and built a spaceship, you might end up with this. But from engineering, man, I know you got to document everything. There is a blueprint, there is a technical manual, there is an instruction procedure manual for every one of those screens and buttons. And I can only imagine the stack of books you would need to cover that. Like, this thing is 200 times more complicated than the Enterprise's bridge at minimum, you know? So I got a little bit of a laugh out of that. But again, the story was where I needed it to be, and I just thoroughly enjoyed the movie. And
it's great. I'm so glad I have somebody on the panel to say that, who actually read the book. I decided not to pre-read it. I'm reading it. I'm going to read it after. I decided to read it after seeing the movie, after already loving the movie. So then go ahead.
I didn't even know the movie was even based on a book, but seeing the movie, I actually am now intrigued to actually read the book version. This is like the second time where I've actually seen an adaptation and then decided, I'll read the book, and the book is definitely better than the adaptation. But I will still say it is truly a good movie. And I mean, they do use a lot of realistic physics. I mean, sure, some of the things, it still feels like a science fiction, but now things are moving, but at least it's like it would take less time, or at least the dilation effect of moving at the ship, the Hail Mary, is moving at the speed of light. So it would take the exact number of years that light itself passes to get to
it's only 11 light years away, so it's not a ridiculous amount of time to concede that they could travel back and forth if traveling near the speed of light is possible, which is the suspension of disbelief you have to have.
Yes, exactly.
But if you're a Star Trek
fan, but I figure you're moving at the ship is moving at the speed of light. And I mean, again, I don't want to spoil anything, but of course, the thing that's also the central conflict is also the method of how they get there.
That's true. Yes. How they get there is also the problem of the movie, which is really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, you don't know what we're talking about. Go watch this movie. I want to read this from Anna Nielsen. The screens and consoles are to visually deliver a lot of info to the audience that Grace works out with mental calculations in the novel. I love that in the movie. he probably does it mentally in the book, but in the movie he has a whiteboard, so he shows us his math.
Yeah, and I think they did a really good job of that, because I was wondering how are they going to convey so much of the writing. But still, we are talking thousands of video screens on that chip and tens of thousands of buttons, and they could have done that with a with a reasonably sized bridge or command center that we're used to. But again, it doesn't really bother me. It's just something that my mind picked up on, and my thinking was, man, who's going to document what every single one of those things does? Because that is a lot of work. But Anna's point is well taken. They do an excellent job of conveying exposition without being boring and expository about it. And that's no mean feat.
I want to go back to the theater and see it again. That's not the kind of, I don't usually typically say that. I know a lot of people do that, but I'm not that kind of person. But I need to see it again. Edward Bailey for $5. Thank you so much for the super sticker of the Bathsheba, who says thumbs up. Good job. Sometimes I like to hear that, and I'll just play this. I know Scotty likes this clip. In fact, it only exists because Scotty requested it.
Thanks to you, we are all free.
But your adventures are just beginning, for you are no ordinary gerbil, Lemmywinks. You are the Gerbil King.
Lemmywinks.
Well, Istophobos, I saw South Park do this Lemmywinks episode first. And then a year or so later, I watched The Hobbit. And I had no idea that they had mixed that song. They took that song from The Hobbit. And so I was laughing hysterically at the start of the Hobbit animation from Rankin Bass.
I about was writhing on the floor when I first saw that episode, and also because we're parent, I'm assuming you've seen the show Wonder Pets.
Wonder Pets, we're on our way to help our friends and save the day. We're not too big and we're not too tough.
Smart or tough. That's sort of
work together. We've got the right stuff.
Yeah, I always think of Wonder Pets when I see that clip too, but that is the cutest show I've ever seen. I remember watching that with my kids. Well, it's just so adorable.
It is. No, but it also introduces children to the music of opera. Operatic singing is huge in Wonder Pets.
It introduces them to cooperation and problem solving.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still think the best TV, kids TV show is hands down and still is to this day Blue's Clues.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit of a detective. It's actually, they're both preschool shows basically.
Yeah.
So I can understand.
Exactly.
Blue's Clues is kind of in the same vein as Dora the Explorer.
To keep with our theme of space and another sort of interesting thing, but also sadly I'll never be able to go to it because again I don't have enough time and don't have the money to. Is one, I remember the Solar System song by heart from Blue's Clues. Well, the sun's a hot star and Mercury's hot too. Venus is the brightest planet, and Earth's home to me and you. Mars is the red one, and Jupiter's most wide. Saturn's got those icy rings, and Uranus spins on its eye. Neptune's really windy, and Pluto's really small. And the best part is, the original host of Blue's Clues, Steve Burns, is actually going to be at C2E2 here in Chicago in another week.
You're gonna meet him?
Huh?
Are you gonna get to see him?
No, again, like I said, I hadn't had time to buy myself a ticket to C2E2 because of a certain personal emergency in life.
It is important to help, and so just know that person is grateful to you for whatever it is that you're doing for them.
Yeah, I know, but still. I know it's just crazy. I mean, I know there was also there was a nice little thing even a few years ago where I know the newer Blue's Clues. They have a newer guy doing the stuff now, but he returned, and it's just like, it's like he was talking to all of us like Steve was talking to all of us who grew up watching Blue's Clues, and it was the most heartfelt thing you could have ever hear him say. Is like, I'm so proud of you, and I am proud of all you have accomplished. It's like, that is like the most heartwarming thing that you could hear from anyone.
Well, be the same age as my brother, because I was there when the very first episode started and he was a little kid, and it was really neat when that episode first premiered. Like, I get jealous of people who were there for the premiere of actual like adult shows, but this actually premiered at nighttime, even though normally it airs during the day. And
Wait,
so
Blue's
it was
Clues
so
did?
funny. Yeah, it did. The very first episode of Blue's Clues aired at night, and
it aired on prime time. Okay. Well,
yeah,
I
right.
never knew that.
Just for its introduction. Yeah, because you're a baby. But I was already, 11 or 10, and my little brother was like 5 or 6, and he was the target audience.
Yeah, but still, again, just that. I mean, the original show. Even when I was still somewhat watching the show, like even up until like they transitioned to Steve's brother Joe, and that's where the show kind of fell off with me. But it was
with any show, the original is always going to be the best. But it always try. It just ain't true too.
Yeah. But I know
It's cute.
Just say those two things about Blue's Clues, and that Steve Burns is going to be at C2E2. So, but if anyone's going out to go to C2E2, like, please at least go see Steve Burns, because
especially if you watched it as a kid, definitely.
Yeah, especially if you watch Blue's Clues. It's just a shame I'll never get to do that. But
he was also a rock and roller, right? Like, he had a band and stuff.
He's in a band. I think he did a theme song. I think he did a theme song for something. I forget what it was.
Yeah, and it makes sense because he sang in the show. But I also want to say hi to everybody. I want to include everyone in the conversation tonight. And the first person I see here is Jamie Lynn. Good to see you, Jamie Lynn. James Caserta. Mad G is here. Okay, so Old Man Bird is here, but he says something that I can actually answer. Can poor William Shatner retire yet? Someone on this channel once said there should be a podcast called Shooting the Shit with Shat. Wow, I love the name of that podcast. Shatner's philosophy in life is to continue to work. And he believes that stopping working is the end.
Yeah, and I know, again, he definitely was fine with working on a low-grade reality show where, again, he was like the mission control guy for a competition where a bunch of celebrities were in an environment that was supposed to be a simulation of Mars.
What episode? What was that? What's the name of that show?
Stars on Mars. I think the show might be on Tubi, but I remember seeing it air.
He does so many things. It's
Hulu.
so hard to keep.
My subscription,
it's on Hulu. He does so many projects. It's so hard to keep up with it. He just does one thing after the other. And when I did my show about him for the 60th anniversary, every month on this channel. Every month we're celebrating a Bridge Crew member, and we covered Shatner this past February. We didn't get to 5% of his life and all the things he's done. It's just so cool. He's just the greatest.
Yeah, I have to say Stars on Mars is hilarious. It's basically a reality show where contestants live in a simulated Martian environment, and Shatner hosts. It's a really kooky, fun, enjoyable show.
I mean, out of all of them, Mashar Ali, the guy. Yeah, but then again, it was all just a bunch of celebrities who probably had nothing better, or just they peaked in popularity and this fell off, and this is like one of the very few chances they get to just regain a little bit of relevance. Like we all know, like Ronda Rousey was there, and then like later on you got like Andy Richter and like Lance Armstrong was there, and Ariel Winter from Modern Family. But the weirdest thing that I thought was kind of crazy is that she actually mistook Lance Armstrong for Neil Armstrong.
Yikes.
She mistaked the disgraced Tour de France winner with the
Yeah.
man who walked on the moon.
Yeah, Lance Armstrong's a bit of a liar, isn't he? But anyway, the man who, and of course, Neil Armstrong is the man who walked on the moon.
I loved how it shows that
It's an honest
celebrities.
mistake, though, possibly.
I love that it shows that the celebrities just aren't very bright. They really
Exactly.
They all they have no problem getting on their platform and lecturing other people, telling what to do, but they don't know anything. Man, they would be.
Yeah, and
they would not survive
another
Mars
one
for
of the
30
people-
seconds.
Yeah, another one of the people that was on there was the actor he was Red Mist in Kick-Ass, and of course he was McLovin in Superbad, Christopher Mintz-Plasse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'll have to check out that show.
He seemed a little more educated than most of them.
Yeah, and I know he's also in a band, but then again, he's also he's a good character. He's an actor who I think would be perfect to play if it ever someday got adapted. But then again, by the time it does maybe get adapted, dude will probably be well into old age for all I know.
Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know. He's only like 10 years older than I am, so I'm just guessing based on the way he looks. But anyway, I want to say hello to Pleasant Valley Picker CA. Shatner seems to love keeping busy with whatever his current project is. Absolutely. And so many projects. I want to know all about all of them, but that's a lot of work. That's too much work. Anna Nielsen, hello. I want to read what she said here. I know I said hello to you earlier, but she has a message for you, Estephobos, and I'm reading it here in the corner of my chat. Very good movie, very faithful adaptation of the novel, but I still prefer the novel overall. Feel the same about the Martian novel, even though I love the film.
Yeah, I know there's one or two, but right now I can't even recall anything where I preferred the movie over the book. Now there's some not very good books that got adapted into decent movies, but for books that I love, it's hard to beat a book. It's still my favorite medium for storytelling.
Yeah, me too. I knew that I would. I knew I would love the book more, so I watched the movie first, and I'll read the book later, and then I'll watch the movie again.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna try to read it and go watch it again before it leaves theaters.
Yeah, I think I'll do the same tomorrow. I'll go do that the same tomorrow. And yeah, the thing is, like a book series I recently read. Yeah, I saw the adaptation of it on Netflix. It was it was produced by the BBC. And yeah, I'm not sure if any of you have ever seen the show Wednesday, but it stars the actress who plays Wednesday's werewolf roommate in the show. And she's supposed to play this Nancy Drew detective sleuth character. And I read the book. It's it's different. I mean, sure, I kind of aesthetically she matches how the character looks in the book. But again, there's a lot more actual detective work being done in the book, and in the show, she kind of just fumbles through getting everything.
Well, it sounds to me like that's more of just a nod, just a reference, and less of actually trying to adapt the entire Nancy Drew book.
Not really. It's not really Nancy. She's not. It's not really a Nancy. It's not really about Nancy Drew. She's a Nancy Drew. She's just a Nancy Drew type character.
Anna, I'm sorry. Anna Nielsen says that I'll need to report back after I've read the book. Yes, I will try. Yeah. I'll try to do that.
Yeah, when I was growing up, I would always read the book first. But at some point, I realized that it's better to see the movie first because the book is always going to be better. And I'm rarely disappointed reading a book after the movie, but I'm often disappointed, seeing a movie after the book. But so I think it's better to see the movie first, but I can't do that because as soon as the book comes out, I'm reading it. That's just.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but it took me 40 years to figure that out. I also want to say, isn't Shatner coming out with a metal album to PvP? PvP, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for sending that. And yes, he is. He's going to do some Iron Maiden and other fantastic stuff. I can't wait.
I think epic is the only word to describe that man, or legend. He is epic.
Yeah. And that's all I will say, though. I mean, when you look at something compared to how it is in a story, even then, another thing that's also kind of crazy with book to film book to TV show adaptations is that sometimes they just straight up omit characters, even characters that are actually very pivotal to the story,
Yeah.
even from the very beginning. Like, there's I know, I'm sorry, I might be spoiling this story a little bit if you've never read it. It's a book called A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, but there's two different versions. You have the US version that's set in Connecticut, and the original UK version, which I actually managed to get my hands on, where it's set in a fictional town called Little Kilton, Buckinghamshire, England. And again, the main character is supposed to be British. But anyone who probably read the books probably read the mass market localized US version, where people assume Pip is like American and whatnot. But the whole thing is, there's a character in the book called Stanley Forbes, and I think his introduction into the story is that the character Pippa Fitz-Amobi has like a phone call with this reporter and she actually records the transcript of the phone call, and unfortunately it's not a very like insightful meeting. It's like Pip is basically going off on him about how he basically defamed the person who was accused of murder, who was accused of a disappearance and possible murder of this person who's the central mystery of the story, where this person had disappeared 5 years earlier, but they assumed that her boyfriend had something to do with it, and he actually ended up taking his own. So yeah.
Oh, but wait, what is the point of this? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry. Just the whole
There's
point is that the thing is, this character is like pivotal from the story, but even then, in the second book, he's even more pivotal to the story. But in the adaptation,
there was a TV show or movie about it.
Yeah, he's not even mentioned, or he's not even seen or even mentioned. He's like straight up completely omitted from the story. And I know I'm seeing like some stuff on social media about the second season, and I have a weird feeling, I'm not sure how they're going to hastily introduce him to the story, and just as easily by the end of the season he's going to get killed off.
Missed your mention of the name of this book or TV show that we're talking about. Can you elucidate what the name of the show? Oh, A Girl's Guide to Murder. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scotty. I forgot that part because my mind is in so many different places, because I also wanted to read this.
Understandable.
Yeah. So I apologize. Anna Nielsen says, I totally disagree. If you read the book first, and this is a good point.
Yeah.
You can enjoy your own theater of mind, but if you see the film version first, that flavors how you picture everything. So there's good points either way.
True. That's
true. I was going to
One
bring
thing,
that up.
You're basically you're visualizing and picturing the entire story in your head. And I know, since I've seen A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, like at least I've seen the show adaptation first, I already have an idea in my head of what the characters are all supposed to look like, because I've actually seen how they look in the show. But even then, there's some things about certain characters that are also changed, because I think you can see when they changed it for the adaptation, I can see that, yeah, they don't want anyone to be they don't want the audience to be confused. Like, because again, sometimes these adaptations are made for a general audience in mind, because another thing that is different in the movie in the show from the book is that, like, Pip's best friend and her sister, they in the book they have blonde, they're Caucasian with blonde hair and brown eyes, and the two central characters that are the person who had gone missing in the central focal point of the mystery she and her sister are both blonde, but they have blue eyes. So they changed Pip's friend and her sister to being more ethnically ambiguous, and they have brunette hair and brown eyes. So just to
I'm completely lost. What are we talking about? Sorry.
Oh, it's called A Girl's Guide to Murder.
Good
yeah,
Girls.
I was the same.
Guide to Murder.
Good Girl's Guide to Murder.
Okay.
I
I know I'm
good
going
part.
on a tangent
Why
here,
are
but
we-
that's just the same
why are
thing.
we-
I mean, you don't
Because we're talking about adaptations.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
adaptations
okay.
from film to screen. So
Yeah,
it is
gotcha.
within topic, but
Page
it
to
is it is of something.
It went into a lot of detail, and I just sort of got lost. But Anna's point is very well taken, and I really didn't consider that the movie is going to imprint certain ideas in your head that could detract from your enjoyment of the book. So I think I would just pick, what medium do you want to have the best experience in? And for me, it's always the book. So that's the one I go to. Even though I've tried to save some movies, I never quite make it.
Well, that's true. When I go read Project Hail Mary, I'm definitely going to picture Ryan Gosling as Grace.
Yeah.
So Anna
But
Nielsen
then
also
again,
says, "I want to
if
say
it is
hello."
if it is adapted, I mean, if they actually do show a depiction, like if they actually do, like if the depiction of the character is mentioned in the story, then you already got a good idea right there.
That's true. That's true. Well,
if they just change it up
I'll find
just
out.
for marketability, that's a different story altogether.
I want to say hello to Sinister. Hello to Sinister. And also, Anna Nielsen earlier said that she hopes that his shoulder is all right after the riding accident. Yeah, he had a riding accident with the horse. I had a similar injury, bucked off a horse, and a titanium plate was put in my shoulder. Recovery was awful. At age 27, I cannot imagine at 94. But when he came back to Twitter, he said the reports of my injuries were greatly exaggerated, in other words. And I'm pretty sure, however, I read his book and he said even when he's in pain, he says he is not. So he could be lying to us also. And hello to Alexandria. Thank you. And yes, thank you. Yeah, no. There are going to be tribute streams for Yvette. I'm going to share them out. I want the better people who are more qualified to do them. I was able to do them for Clobby and for Bird of Prey 5 because I was much closer to them, and I, as much as I loved Yvette every time I saw her, I don't think I'm qualified for this one. But I'll be there for those tribute streams when they happen. Anna Nielsen says 2 moments in the film got me tearing up good, and the rest of the theater too, by the sounds of it. Yeah, I was crying a lot, even when it was something happy. There was a happy moment that I cried at, which I'll talk about some other time.
I wasn't crying. I was kind of like on the edge of my seat for one scene, and yeah, I was just gushing seeing how wholesome some of these things are. But at the end of the movie, I probably was the only person actually applauding. Barely anyone just sat there, just like applauded the movie.
Oh, that's great. You had that feeling to do that. And even though, of course, the creators aren't there to hear your applause, but that's a traditional thing to do when a movie moves you that much.
Yeah, my theater was packed and nobody was talking and nobody had their phone out. I was shocked. Everybody was completely engrossed, and they practically roared at the end of the movie. Everybody, some people stood up, clapping and cheering. I haven't had that kind of theater experience for I think I'm trying to remember, maybe Infinity War. Most people were paying attention, but I still see a few cell phones out of the corner of my eye, and it's like, turn that off, please. Here, everybody was 100% committed to watching the movie. I was very impressed.
So, yeah, that's great. No, not as many people were so excited in my theater, unfortunately. I was super excited and happy, and I loved the end of that movie and all of it, really. I want to say,
sorry.
I just want to say hello before I'll get to you in a second, Jet Sparks. I just want to say hello to Gwagnar. That's amazing. Gwagnar is here. I don't know if he's still listening, but thank you, Gwagnar, for stopping by. He says I would also recommend the audiobook. Ray Porter does an amazing job narrating it. And yes, a good audiobook author can really enhance a story.
Yeah, Ray does a great job. He also narrates the Bobaverse books, which are really good fun. I don't see how they would ever make those into movies, but he's definitely up there in my list of favorite narrators.
Cool. Okay, so Jed Sparks, you had something to add?
Yeah, it's just crazy how some people just don't like care about the film experience. I mean, everyone just saw it. Sometimes I feel like everyone just sees it as just passive entertainment. I mean, I saw this as like a truly great film that really was worth applause, and barely anyone in my theater when I saw it, they barely ever did it. Nobody even did. I think I was the only, like I said, I was the only one that applauded. I didn't
Yeah.
I didn't get
Yeah,
a standing
Istapobos
ovation.
was lucky to get a theater full of science fiction fans. Scotty?
I was just going to say, it's been a while since I've been to a movie where applause has happened, but that could also just be regional.
Yeah.
Yeah, my theater was also mostly old people, for whatever that's worth. Like, there were a few young people, maybe one or two kids, but I was kind of surprised looking around. I'm like, I'm usually feeling like the old guy in the room. I didn't feel so much that way in this.
That's another point. Both of my children stayed awake for the entire movie. I brought both of them, 11 and 6, or 12 and 6 rather. And 12-year-old loved it. He said it was funny, and he got sad at times. And I told him how much I cried. He said he didn't cry, but he was sad. but he liked it a lot. And my 6-year-old didn't complain. So that is a good review from a 6-year-old. Just being able to encompass the movie. I don't know what she gleaned from it exactly. But Old Man Bird, he is a true life scientist here. He knows about science. And he says, the traveler moving virtually at the speed of light would see distances compressed. So could get there instantly. I'm thinking he says, could get there instantly as measured on clocks aboard their ships, although everyone else would see 11 years. Yeah, it wouldn't feel like 11 years to Ryan Gosling, but it feels like he's not going to age. But the people on Earth, too much. He'll age a little bit, but not as much as 11 years as everybody else on Earth. Yes, right. The time dilation is a factor that I can't. That's one of the reasons why I can't wait to read the book, because I'm sure that's going to be explained a little more deeply.
Well, that's the time dilation paradox, because from Ryan's point of view, the Earth is moving away from him at, subluminal light speed. They're the ones experiencing the time dilation. Everything's normal to him. So that's the nature of the twins paradox, is that it depends on your from his frame of reference. He's not moving. He may be accelerating, but the Earth is moving away from him at the same amount of speed. So everybody there is aging more slowly from his frame of reference.
I'm sure most of my listeners know about this phenomenon, but if you don't, my favorite explanation of it comes from Carl Sagan and his personal voyage, his Cosmos series. And he does talk about the twin paradox of the person he does it in a kind of funny way, where he's just having the person riding a motorcycle and just pretending that he can ride the motorcycle at the speed of light. And then he ends up meeting his twin, who is now 100 years old. And it's a wonderful way to explain it. The blue shifts, he explains blue shift and the red shift.
Yeah, and I think, but I think it's only been it's theoretical, but we know this in science fiction as Cherenkov radiation.
Oh, I want to say hello to. Oh, I love saying this name, Narat Anaxamandabear. Oh man, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm so glad you're around. Luckily, the shows we had when I was a baby was He-Man and Dino Riders. yeah, of course, your shows were way cooler. Go ahead, Scotty.
People cooperating to get rid of a problem. That was Yo Joe. You gotta stop Cobra.
Unless you get sniped by fumbles.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, Shatner isn't 95 until the top of the hour. But for a lot of people, it is.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it is T.J. Hooker's birthday.
He is 95 according to Eastern Standard Time.
Well, and yeah, that makes sense. But
he was born in Montreal, so that's Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, but he still lives in California, right?
That's true too. And I suppose the center of the universe is wherever Bill is residing currently. Actually, I thought he lived in Kentucky.
Oh, did he move? Okay.
Well, I know he's got a ranch in Kentucky for his horses.
Yeah, I'm sure he has several places, but I don't know what I don't know what state he's declared residency in. But
I always thought he would lived in LA, but I guess I could be wrong. I don't keep too close tabs.
Cherenkov radiation. Oh, we were.
Hey, Spidey.
Somebody mentioned that.
Yep.
That
was yeah. Okay.
I didn't hear the prelude to that. What were we talking about?
Yeah, it was a comment. Let me see about something about X-rays and gamma rays. I'm not sure where it is here in the chat, but if you could highlight that again. Darn it.
Did I highlight it before?
Yeah, you did. I just don't know where it is.
I'll try to find it because I'm a little bit up in the chat. I'm trying to catch up. There's a lot of wonderful people here tonight, and I want to make sure everybody feels appreciated.
Oh, it was.
Oh, Larry's here. Hello, Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Oh, hey, Larry.
The Larry's so nice they named him twice. No, I think it was. Right. I think it was Eugene Bird. I think it was Old Man Bird who said the time dilation was talking about the condensing of space. Yep,
that's it.
All the dust and radiation they hit would have tremendous kinetic energy and be blue shifted into X-rays and gamma rays. So shielding is the biggest of all problems. And there's I can't spoil. Never mind. I can't say it.
Yeah,
but
don't.
I love that you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's why the Enterprise has a deflector shield, and it's one of the big problems to overcome in science fiction in general, because even getting hit by a speck of dust at half the speed of light is way more powerful than a nuclear explosion going on.
Yeah, and a lot of people make fun of Voyager for being the least scientifically plausible of the real Star Trek, but in Year of Hell, they actually mention that. They actually have dust damaging the Voyager ship, which is amazing because they don't have good shielding at that point.
Yeah, and the exact same thing happens in the Mass Effect universe as well. Like, again, even like with like the mass accelerator weapon technology, even like if you're using something as small as a pistol, if it's possible, it's the exact same effect. So again, and just you gotta understand that also space is empty, just like with the laws of physics. If it like anything that fires out in deep space, if it's like a kinetic weapon or a ferric tungsten slug, it'll keep going until it hits something. That could be a ship, the planet behind the ship, or it could go off into space in 10,000 years and hit somebody then. So no matter what you're doing, you're going to be ruining somebody's day.
Eventually, yeah.
That's
but
why
to make some days better, say hello to Lemon Pie and Canadian Spider-Man, and then Istrophobos is saying that's why what?
I always find it humorous when in science fiction a ship goes through a nebula, because the density of a nebula is several thousand times less dense than Earth's atmosphere. You know, they're hundreds and thousands of light years across, and from far away they look thick, but if you were in the nebula you would hardly be able to realize it. And I wanted to mention, I think the ship in the movie goes about 0.93 the speed of light, which brings its time dilation factor to roughly like 75% or even 66. Like it's not it's not like an unreasonable velocity. As you get closer, the numbers get extremely weird, but that is the amount of kinetic energy even a single particle would have hitting you at 0.9% the speed of light is incredibly phenomenal. You can actually work. It's not a hard thing to work out on paper.
Nice. Well, yeah, and he does a lot of working out. And I love the first working out where he's like, "Oh, it's going to take me 113 years to get home based on what my capabilities are." And then he puts a little sad face. Oh man, no, I spoiled one thing. But
there are solutions in the movie. I don't want to spoil that.
Yeah, but that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one because that's early in the movie when things are the bleakest. But Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, hello. To Tommy. Oh, he does such a wonderful job on his channel, sharing all the toys that he has that he wants to share. His reviews are phenomenal, and his live streams are really top notch because he does edited content that he puts within his live streams, which is a lot of work. Oh, and Power Ranger Donnie is here. Hello.
Oh,
he says,
it's always good to see him.
Oh, it is. He's a great, wonderful soul. Hope everyone is well.
I always love seeing him in like all Flashcat. I often see him in Flashcat's chat as well.
Oh, I don't know that YouTuber, but yeah.
Yellow
it's great. Oh, Yellow Flash. Okay,
Yellow Flash. Yeah.
Despite the passing of Nicholas Brendan
from Buffy.
Oh, right. Right, that's another person we lost, a very young person relative to
54 years old, natural causes. Apparently he died in his sleep.
Very sad. I wouldn't say entirely natural, but
that honestly, that kind of sounds a little, to me, I think that sounds a little suspicious.
That's what his family said, or that's what it was reported. And beyond that, when they do say we ask for privacy for the family, I tend to oblige.
Yeah.
That does make sense, and definitely respect the family for now. And if there's something else going on, we'll probably find out later. Donnie also says, "I'm reliving the Super Mario Brothers movie once again. This time on Seattle's King 5, now owned and operated by the Next Star Media Group due to his acquisition of Tenga." I don't know what all that means, but on April the 1st, the Super Mario Galaxy movie will be out. I'll definitely be going. Of course, that's why I saw Project Hail Mary today, because I knew if I waited on this, it would be April 1st, and there's no way I'm going to get my kids to see Project Hail Mary when Mario is out. So I did a good job. We're going to get to see both movies. Don't confuse that with the I won't confuse anything with that because I don't know what any of it is.
Tangas are like some bird foot soldiers from the show, and I think they're also in the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger movie, but I think they're called Tengu and not Tanga. It's just like it's a weird dichotomy with both the movie and the show, which was actually filming in parallel with each other.
I've never seen Pingu, but I am aware that he's a penguin who just says wah wah wah. So that's fun.
Sci-Fi Snob says that 94 of those can be fatal. I know, but we're talking about William Shatner. He's amazing. So this has been a bad week for celebrities. Yeah, it's just been a bad week in general. I'm just trying to find some good in the world, and there's a lot of good. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of everything.
Yeah, and we also lost the man, the myth, the legend, Chuck Norris as well.
True.
And it's crazy though. The man, I think he was aging like fine wine. I mean, I saw one thing about him recently, an ad where he said that he had some sort of vitality supplement ad that he was in. The man didn't look a day over 60, and when you saw him when he was 60, he didn't look a day over 40. The man was aging very, very well.
Well, and what a legacy! Like, and he was what, 84 when he passed? That's not a bad run. Like I was surprised because I talked to my dad yesterday and he was like, "Oh my God, Chuck Norris died." And I was like, "Oh, wow, you're not one to tell me about celebrity deaths, but yes, this even affected my father." And I was like, "Yeah, but he's 84," and he's like, "And that's not a bad run." So, because my dad's in his 70s and When you get up there in the older years, it's like, oh, you start mathowing, you start comparing. It's like, oh yeah, that's not a bad way to go.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And Anna Nielsen says, my theater was full of families. So regarding Project Hail Mary, teens and young kids, and seemed at least one person in each family group was an enthusiastic book fan from the discussions I heard before the film started. Nice. Yeah, I had a feeling that this was a family movie that I could bring even my 6-year-old, because sometimes I'll send her to grandma's house, but this time I had a feeling that she would enjoy it. And she did. And I think the reason is that my very first Twilight Zone episode was an episode about the sun too. It was the Midnight Sun. It was about the sun moving away from us.
Right.
But that was the bad dream that we were, or at least the reality twist of the episode.
Yes, right. The bad dream was that the sun was moving too close to us, and then the reality was that it was moving away from us. But it was, and she did. She enjoyed it. So I got to show her. I don't know if this is going to leave an imprint on her or not, but I hope she remembers some of it. And Daniel's Hot Topics is here. Happy birthday, Daniel!
Yeah, man. Happy birthday. I'll see you tomorrow.
And speaking of tomorrow, you've got 3 minutes before you go. Are you going to be leaving on the hour?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take off just because I have a food court to attend for a birthday boy, a birthday man.
Well, since Daniel's here, let's read everything to do with Daniel, and then I will let you go. Okay? But first, we've got to play this video for Daniel, which is located here. I know where it is.
Except, of course, happy birthday. Surely the best of times.
That's the serious one. Here's the silly one.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Daniel! And we're going to read all of Daniel's chats.
Well, let's just say hello and goodbye to Jedi Master.
Hello and goodbye to Jedi Master. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm sorry I haven't got to your chats just yet, but I wanted to be respectful of Scotty's time because I know he wants to rest, and I specifically asked for him to be here to help me start the show.
Yeah, but you don't have to plow. I'm gonna get to hear from Daniel tomorrow. You don't have to plow through Daniel's chats unless that's something that you wish to do for me.
That's already something that I decided to do.
Okay.
I know you're not. It's a meetup. It's gonna be fun. Me and Shatner shared the same birthday. Shatner's 95 and I'm 39 today. Happy birthday, Daniel. I am a year older than you. So that's pretty fun. And also he says, hello to Canadian Spider-Man. Yes, of course. Did we say hi to Spidey? Of course.
I said hello to Spidey.
Well, now I'm saying it if I didn't before.
Good.
Because no, it's not. I don't think I'm plowing. I'm just saying it's his birthday. Don't you get a special treatment on your birthday, which is,
of course,
to get all your chats read immediately for whatever reason.
Sounds good.
I was in shock when I found out that Nicholas Brandon died yesterday. I couldn't believe it. It's horrible. Yeah, no, I know. It's too young. It's way too young.
I'm finding out that a lot of people were Buffy the Vampire Slayer fans, and like with the recent announcement of them not going ahead with the Buffy reboot, and then people criticizing that, and I was like, I didn't realize that anybody cared about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, who were dudes. But it makes sense because I like seeing hot chicks do attractive things. But yeah, no, I was just surprised there was such an outpouring of support for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and then when Nicholas Brandon passed away, it was like, oh man, it was almost Dawson's Creek level of mourning, almost.
Daniel's Hot Topics adds, I can't wait to see the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I hope since Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, and Peach are going through the galaxy, I hope to see the Lilat system and see some Corneria and Star Fox.
Corneria, yeah. And
hopefully
and
Metroid.
Hopefully Metro?
yeah,
Metroid?
Metroid. Yeah, Metroid. That's I think what he meant.
Samus?
Yeah, but that only depends if they're actually gonna make this an interconnected Nintendo cinematic universe. As far as we know, we only have like Mario. We only have a Mario Brothers movie, and again, this is gonna amount up to, I think Honest Trailers joked about the idea that this is gonna lead up to like Smash Bros movie or something. But the Zelda movie is supposed to be live action.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, not only is it live action, they've already chosen the actors for Zelda and Link. So yeah, they're good to go. They picked appropriately aged people who look like Zelda and Link, and I'm excited to see what they do with that. But Daniel Topic says, so what time are you headed to the food court, Scotty?
I'll be headed there for 2:00, sir. Give me a shout in the morning time and we can finalize.
Very good, very good. He also says, I'm so sad that Hulu canceled the Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot show. You're one of the few. I hate it. I hope they can still shop the pilot to Netflix and they will take it. Well, you know, you might get what you want. Who knows? But I know that, well, I made a promise and Scotty's got to go to bed or get headed towards going to bed if he's not specifically going to sleep now. And I want to thank you for helping me start the show. I definitely was feeling a lot of feelings because of all of the terrible and good things that were happening today. And thank you for helping me get that going. And we will obviously hang out again soon.
Of course. It was a tempest of emotions. Thank you for having me. Thank you guys for putting up with me. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you on a Saturday night. And I will see you all in the future. At the very least, I will see you on Tuesday for the final Twilight Zone of the season.
I am doing one more. I'm going to do Just Bell from season 4 of the Twilight Zone on Tuesday. But after that, For All Mankind is back. And I reviewed all 4 seasons of For All Mankind. And since season 5 is back, I'm going to review it. And so Twilight Zone is going to be put to the wayside just for a little bit, but it will come back after we're done with season 5. The same thing would happen if Seth MacFarlane would get off his ass and make me some more Orville. That would also interrupt. That would also interrupt whatever I'm reviewing.
Honestly, I don't think he wants to. He claims he would do it if he could fit it into his schedule, but I feel like if it was that important to him, he would make the time to do it.
He said he wrote it, but if he's not building the sets, I need to see him build the sets, and then I'll believe him.
I think he's too busy in the recording booth doing that TED show for Peacock, I think.
Well, Ted's over now, except for the animated series, and I think they're going into Ted 3.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think that there's a lot going on with the cast of the Orville that will be more speed bumps than anything else. Although it is very expensive. Adrian Pilecki on the Inside of You podcast very much.
She's done, and that's fine. We can figure it out.
It's just going to destroy the entire emotional dynamic of what the story is about, and so
not necessarily because Alara had to leave too. No, Alara had to leave too.
Alara's not a load-bearing member of the cast, whereas the first officer, ex-wife, entire impetus for Ed Mercer being a captain, that is load-bearing. And so while I do admire it and I do want more, I think that ship, no pun intended, has sailed. Much like myself.
You are such a curmudgeon about it.
I am not a curmudgeon. I believe I'm being pragmatic, but I will see you all in the future, and thank you again.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Considering how you feel.
Night,
anyway, I disagree.
Yeah. Well, I felt like Alara was load-bearing, so there.
Yeah,
me too. She was super important. I loved her so much. She was a great member of the cast. She's everything that Wesley Crusher should have been. I think she was wonderful.
I really did like Alara, but I know again Kiali when she came in. I mean, I think she was a character that kind of grew on all of us. personally, I think she kind of grew on me, and I did like the dynamic she in the third season where they tried to make it where she and Lamar tried to make things work at least, and I did kind of like that a little bit. But I still think, I mean, I'm glad where everything in the Orville really kind of ended. It's nice that it felt even though it felt like it was a season finale, but it felt really good, even though there are some lingering threads that I hope are gonna get like resolved, like the fate of Ed and Talea's daughter, and like. Especially the one thing I would really love.
They still need to rescue her. They need to rescue her, right? That's the first thing they got to do.
Yeah, I know. Talea is now like she's in prison in a union prison, and Talea is still on, or Anaya is still on Krill. But something that would be really interesting that I would really like to see as at least an episode or at least two-parter. Is the idea of one idea is again how like her and Topa like develop a great friendship together, or maybe it's a crazy idea where the crew of the Orville actually ended up time traveling to the future and see a future crew, but it's headed by Topa being the captain and Anaya being the XO. That would be a very interesting thing. And
wow, it sounds like you've thought a lot about, like you've got some fan fiction ideas.
Yeah, and
that's
even better, like they're like even more so. There's more Kalon serving on the ship.
Well, okay, yeah, that makes sense because they all showed up to the wedding, and so ostensibly they believe in Isaac and what he said, how he feels about the Orville crew.
Yeah,
so that makes sense to me.
There's interesting things.
There's so much potential, but he said he wrote it all. I want to see it.
Yeah,
and hopefully it expands. I want to see more exploration in season 4 because season 3 was good, but it was kind of introspective. It was kind of like it kind of felt like a series finale. Season 3 was good, but it was like this is the end. And that's why there are so many fans who think this is the end, Scotty included. But I disagree with this, even though he hasn't watched season 3 because he's afraid it's the end.
Yeah, but here's another thing. Another thing that was also intriguing. I'd like to know more about those Arachnator aliens, or whatever they call them.
Yeah, no, me too. Because they've got the nurse, that man. I forget his name. Unfortunately.
Dr. Finn's former flame, I think. But we also don't know.
I don't think it's his flame. Well, you mean that's the professor? Yes, they got the professor.
Dr. Claire Finn's. I'm not sure if I think that guy
was her professor. That was her flame, yeah.
Oh yeah, her professor. Yeah, her professor. I think I forgot the episode. I need to go back and look through that.
He's an admiral, but essentially, when she was growing up, he was her professor. But also, her nurse. Her nurse also got taken by the arachnid aliens.
Yeah,
what can you say? What can you say about this? It is Star Trek all over. It is. Oh man, Brandon Braga basically wrote that episode, and that's the horror elements that he loved to bring to the actual Star Trek that we used to watch.
Yeah, but again,
there's a lot of missing threads there too.
It really kind of reminds you. I mean, I think the only episode I think I remember, and I know my dad showed to me from like the Next Generation, was the episode Genesis. You know, where everyone's like devolving. That sounded like it was a pretty scary episode.
Well, speaking of which, the only person who did turn into a spider in that episode was Barkley, which made no sense.
Yeah, I mean, but Barkley's human, wasn't he?
Yes, Barkley is human, so it made no sense. Like there were some characters that turned into apes and stuff, which makes more sense. But because they didn't even show it, but they said we saw this person swinging around.
Yeah, and the same thing with like what I know, Betazoids. What were they evolved from?
I don't know, but like it was Troy. She was in a bathtub, and something happened.
She was developing gills, and of course, I think Worf developed a venom sac.
I know, but I mean, you can't really reconcile any of the natural logic of evolution from Genesis because you have Spot turning into an iguana.
Oh boy.
Spot is the cat, right? Everybody knows that.
It doesn't seem really weird. I mean, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. What Daniel just said. Yeah, they evolved from fish, and again, yeah, the Betazoids have like dark pupils and naturally empathetic.
Well, the fact is, you can't accelerate evolution without drawing from a gene pool. You just can't take a person and move them forward. It actually requires the mixing of diverse genes, genetics, and
exactly.
So they're just kind of making stuff up at that point. And
that's the weirder thing, though. I mean, another thing. Oh darn! I lost my train of thought here. But
welcome to my world.
It's okay. Apparently, Canadian Spider-Man and a few other people in the chat, including Old Man Bird and James Caserta, are saying that there should be a JillCon that takes place in Vulcan, Southern Alberta, Canada, which is Texas North, coincidentally. And yeah, you know what? I always wanted that to happen at Klobby. R.M. Briggs always talked about having a KlobbyCon, and oh god, I was always hoping for that day to come. And you know, I don't know if I can, I will try.
That would have been the most spectacular meetup. I was actually supposed to head out New Orleans way in a few months before he passed, and we were talking, and I was considering, you know, going by and seeing him, and then of course we got the bat. I was absolutely devastated.
Yeah, no, I know, but you can't get too hung up on regrets. I wish I could have hugged him myself.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying, if you give this opportunity, I will definitely. Texas, it's only, you know, it's farther across Texas than it is from here to Texas. Because when you hit that mile marker 888 on I-10, I mean, it's just, it blows your mind.
My idea with that is that a lot of these meetups happen at sci-fi conventions. Are there a lot of sci-fi conventions at Vulcan, Canada? Because then I will. Oh, there is one. Yeah, okay, there is every year, once a year. So yeah, we're good. So it would probably be held whenever they do that. Whenever they have Vulcan. And it's in the middle of summer, which is perfect for my family life because my kids will be out of school. But I don't know when that. I'm not saying I'm setting this up or it's actually happening, but I'm saying it's a possibility.
Yeah, I know, but there's like a lot of conventions happening. I know we got C2E2 here in Chicago in another week, and then you got like the New York Comic-Con, and then you got like, of course, I think when you start getting into like June and July, you got San Diego Comic-Con, which is the biggest one. And I think right now I think you got like MegaCon in Orlando.
Yeah, and Jedi Master 2022 in the chat did attend MegaCon. He has lots to say about that. But Gragner says they had to skip so much of the science and discovery that is in the book to keep the movie runtime down. I almost wish they could have done this movie as a 6-hour miniseries. Yeah, miniseries would be the best way.
Yeah, that
to convey a book. Honestly, that is why I love the miniseries for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the BBC series, the best, because it explains everything. And I have a live stream about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy from BBC, which I think is better than the movie. As much as I love Alan Rickman, the BBC series does the book better.
Yeah,
radio broadcast was the first way we first saw it. Wait a minute, Jedi Master's here. Hello, welcome. Yeah, we were talking about you, and you're
trying to fix something.
Oh, okay. I'll remove you. You let me know in the.
Yeah.
Let me know. Let me know in the private chat when you're ready to come up, and I'll bring you back. Okay? Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just respecting his. He wants to be able to share with us the way he wants to. So I don't want to bring him up if he's not ready. But I'm watching the private chat, and he'll come up when he's ready. I have a few higher-priced Ultra Sabers. Whoa, that is wild.
Oh, I got one. I actually when I was at C2E2 like 3 years ago in 2023, I actually got a brand new like heavy blade from him, and I actually met the guy who runs Ultra Sabers, Emery. I actually met the guy. So,
All right, welcome. Welcome and hello to Jedi Master 2022. Yes. Hello.
MegaCon was a blast. My feet are killing me, but I had a blast. Spent a lot of money too. Oh my god!
Wait, was it for this year or a year? Or
it was just this one right now.
Oh,
the one I live.
dang.
I only live Jetsparks. I only live 38 minutes from Orlando.
Oh,
I'm on the Space Coast. Yeah, Snacks and Friends. We picked them up at the airport, Jill.
I'm
brought them to the house.
Sorry, but yeah, did you attend the Geeks and Gamers panel or?
No, I didn't go to any of that stuff. We were there. We did what we did. We had our puppets out from the council. I think I sent you a short video, Jill, of me and my friend Snacks, and we performed a bit, and we were getting a lot of love. And then we went and saw they had a puppeteering workshop. We went to that. Then they built Gundams. He's into the models, and we went to that and did the build. But now we're there. Then after that, I met Jonathan Frakes from Star Trek: The Next Generation. He was the nicest guy. He was, you couldn't say much, but what I said was to him, Star Trek First Contact is probably one of the best Star Trek movies ever made. And I loved it. And he goes, it was a great script. And I go, I know it was because of you too. And he kind of winked at me, and I got my picture, and that was it. They heard you through.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. I think like the last like MegaCon, like the last C2E2 I was at, I think I was with my dad, and he got to meet William Shatner, or at least he got an autograph from him.
There, we see it. We see it now. Yeah, I should have had a photo with him because I bought the entire TNG crew for the 50th, or was it the 30th for TNG, but he didn't show up because he got stuck in Canada because he went fishing in Canada and some weather mishap kept him from coming. So we ended up getting a couple other people in the group photo, like Tasha Yar. So we got Denise Crosby in that photo instead of Frakes. But that's amazing that you got to meet him. Did you see Shatner's?
I didn't go to. I only paid for one autograph. My main goal was to look for.
Oh no, I'm not talking about autographs. I'm talking about him talking.
Seeing them person.
Like, yeah.
No,
yeah.
I didn't go to any panels. It was like by the time after I saw Jonathan Frakes, it was almost after 4, and I wanted to get home, and he wanted to get to his hotel because he's going back today. Snacks, and he's gonna fly out because he's doing a day at Universal too. This is his vacation.
Oh, right.
He'll be in Orlando. He'll fly right out of Orlando back to New Hampshire.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. Yeah. I'm gonna go to Universal for July, and that'll be fun.
Coming down?
Yeah. Well, I'll be in Florida in July.
Yeah, we have 38 minutes from me. We should have
38 minutes.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to get some
tickets
even bring Universal, I'll let you.
No, I don't know. I was going to invite you over for a cookout or something. Me and my wife.
Oh, okay.
I have a nice.
Well, you know what? Well, I'll message you about it because I got to make my plans first.
You and your husband, and your kids. The dog is sweet and docile. Mm-hmm. I just live in a very diversified neighborhood. Put it that way. It's nice. I like it.
Right. Okay. So we'll work on that. So that might be another YouTube meetup that happens.
Yeah.
Old Man Bird.
And my lightsaber is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, show me all your toys. Old Man Bird says Jet Sparks. Cherenkov radiation is an intense pulse of light, luminal sonic boom, seen when light is slowed in a medium, not a vacuum. And the particle emanating the light is faster than the light. Wow. And look at that lightsaber. Of course, it's more beautiful in person, I'm sure. and it looks good here too.
Is that that looks like what kind of lightsaber is that one?
An expensive one.
Like from what brand?
I have no idea. It's not
Oh.
one of the actors. It's not one of the characters. This is just a 3D printed one.
Oh, okay, okay, custom one. Okay, I like.
Oh,
that.
it's 3D printed. That's amazing.
That's awesome.
Very steel alloy, Jill. And this unscrews and it has that USB-C. You plug it in and you charge it. And
Nice.
once it's done, it tells you battery charge. It talks to you. And I screwed up with the buttons because they don't really tell you which model this is. So the instructions got like the 3 different kinds. So I finally found the right instructions. So I get the volume back. And before it was just lighting up and not freaking making the noises. And my wife, you know, it was a little treat. My wife said, "Go have a good time, you know, with your friend." And like I said, we went around with us. I was talking to people coming up into the puppets. So we were just doing that, and I just like saw all the Star Wars. We did a big picture with the Empire. I'm kneeling below the Emperor Palpatine. And he's like got his hand over my head. Snacks sent me that picture back over.
Oh, that's funny. That's great.
Yeah, with our puppets. Yeah, I got a picture with Dumbledore cosplay. I'm a big Harry Potter freak too. I love that.
Yeah, Jill.
Yes.
I wanted
Was
to say.
Michael Gambon there? Wait a second. Was Michael Gambon at MegaCon?
I'm not sure. There's so many people there, and when by the time it filled up, there was the aisles were like packed, and I was starting to get a little claustrophobic. So I went out to the main area. There was one area where there was not so many. It was a nice aisle with a lot of collectibles, and I was just like moseying around looking at stuff.
Okay.
I like
Gotcha.
I like taking it all in. I like the cosplays, getting pictures with the cosplay people, and having fun
That's fair
like
enough.
that. I just like I said, I pick out one person to meet usually. Praying it would Marta, Krista, and Bill and Angela would come down and do something like this. I would have loved to seen them. I'm lost.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
was
Right.
Anyways, I'll back to your business.
Okay. We'll talk about that in just a second. But Istrophobos had something he wanted to say.
I had something. I no longer have it. So
I'm sorry, sir.
Damn,
You should have cut me off and told me. You should have cut me off.
But I wish you could have met the Lost in Space actors again. I know you met him before.
I remember what it was. So, Old Man Bird, I appreciate his definition, but I thought I might explain it to people less scientifically inclined. Cherenkov radiation happens when a particle is moving through a transparent medium at faster than the phase velocity of light. And it can do that because light slows down in a medium. That's where you get the blue glow from nuclear reactors. And it is very similar to the method by which a sonic boom occurs. So
wow.
I guess I thought I would try to use a more digestible definition for that. But thanks, Old Man Bird. I appreciate it.
We appreciate Old Man Bird. And Anna Nielsen says all film TV represent nebula with the false color palette used to enhance satellite images, even though that's not how they look to Voyagers in space. Yeah, well, NASA does it too. NASA enhances images for us to be able to see the universe the way that they want, in such a way that it is actually digestible, as Istrophobos is saying now.
Yeah.
You just rolled.
Because I think with like the whole thing with distances when it comes to FTL in Mass Effect, if you want to get to any part of the galaxy, you need to use the mass relay network. But the FTL is used to expand across nebulae and star clusters. So that's the main thing. Besides, if you just use conventional FTL, it would still take you at least a few centuries to get from, like, say, Earth Alliance space all the way to the system Vermeer is in the Attica Traverse or in the or anywhere in the Terminus systems.
How many light years are we talking?
Like maybe a few thousand. I mean, and
yeah, you're not getting there anytime soon.
Yeah, if you look at the galaxy map, Earth Alliance space is like like I'm not sure exactly, but I know we're technically supposed to be somewhere in the Orion Arm, but the Citadel is in a place called the Serpent Nebula, but it's an artificial nebulae that's created from unrecyclable waste that the keepers who maintain the station collect and just rent it down to the atomic level and eject it into the cloud. So it's an artificially made nebulae. But that's again all due to the Reaper technology and whatnot. And just like how the mass relays themselves are basically creations of the Reapers and not of like any other elder race that may have came before each cycle of extinction. So spoilers, I mean, but again, if you have never played Mass Effect, there's the clip notes about how that small piece of technology works. But that's an interesting way because still, even if you are moving at like the speed of light, it would still like I would say the distance between the Sol system and the Citadel and the places and the star orbits the blue giant known as the Widow. I'd say you're looking at about a good 50,000 light years between distances. And I think when humanity like found the Charon mass relay, which originally was thought to be Pluto's moon, the relay took us to Arcturus, which is 36 light years from Earth.
Oh man! Jedi Master, didn't realize you sent a super chat. Thank you for the $5. I'm still here, Jill. I hope you're well. Hello to the panel, and now you are the panel. Thank you so much for that. I haven't used my wheel in a while.
Artemis 2 rolled out. We saw it. We're right near the lagoon. We're like Jetsparks. I live 9/10 of a mile from Indian River Lagoon in Titusville. We watch all the launches from my driveway. It's magical.
That must be so cool. I mean,
we watched it roll out. It was so cool watching it come out of the VAB and everything. Slowly, the crawler, and it's all out cool. Let's pray that all the seals hold and they launch this baby April 1st.
That's the thing. I have never once in my life ever been to Florida. I mean, the place I would want to go to in Florida. I only want to go to Pensacola. Or maybe
you don't want to go to Kennedy Space Center.
Yes, definitely.
Titusville.
And of course, I also want to go to. I would like to go to Universal Studios, not Disneyland, because
Universal's going to be great, Jill. You'll love it if you go to Universal. I did my honeymoon there. You're gonna. And also,
there's a.
Well, yeah. I did my one of my anniversaries there, my 10th anniversary, and this year's my 15th. And we're going back.
But I'm going to be on 12 this August. Me and my wife.
Nice. And this is for you for your super chat. It was randomly selected by my whale because I often have a hard time choosing myself, and so I'm gonna play this one. Wait. Okay, so I said it. Yeah, here it is.
Let's do it! Let's fall in love!
It's a clip from that's a clip from that movie with that girl.
Tank Girl?
What is that? Tank Girl. That's it. Tank Girl.
I love that.
I figured it was from that movie. I never actually seen it.
That's a really good flick. Tank
Yeah.
Girl. People underestimated that movie. If you watch that movie, that's a fun movie.
Yeah, there weren't many Lori Petty movies, so I don't remember that scene, but that was it had to be that or Point Break, and I knew it wasn't Point Break. So
no, but yeah. So
Hey, sorry, I'm just saying goodnight to Scott.
all you guys are young. All you young guys here. All you young. I mean, I think I'm the oldest spot on the channel.
I mean, I've seen pictures or like photos of that movie. Like I've seen it like on streaming, but I've never thought to like ever watch it. I don't know.
You're gonna love going to Hogwarts, the castle. Do you love the castle ride, Jill?
Oh yeah, definitely. My favorite ride was Hogwarts. Not Hogwarts. Hagrid's motorbike was the coolest.
Yeah, I
ride.
didn't do that. I couldn't go. I can't certain rides. I can't go on. I don't do any roller.
Oh, you can now, right? No, I don't know.
Well, still, I'm not. I'll go on the
Yeah,
ride.
maybe.
Transformers. I go on all the CGI with the, King Kong.
Okay, so you at least did the
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 castle,
ride, not the
Hogwarts,
castle, but you also did maybe
the mini roller coaster,
the.
the Hippogriff little mini coaster. I rode that with my wife.
Oh, that's cute. That was a cute one.
Yeah, and we do ET because it's just classic, and I think it's cute and charming.
Yeah, that was cute. Yeah,
So
you're right. You get to go to ET's actual home world in that ride.
Yeah, and they say your name when you go through. And it was my.
Did you
Yeah,
ride
they look-
Gringotts at
Right.
least? Gringotts isn't that too crazy.
Oh, it's beautiful, Gringotts. We went to the Weasley's joke shop. I love that. We 4 ones now. We've been there
And
3 times.
if you buy one of those little, it's not a tribble. What is the Hogwarts Harry Potter version of a tribble? Is I forget what it's called, but when you buy one, you name it and they announce the name of the
Like
little
an
creature that you bought.
Yeah, we picked up an Elder one, Harry Potter's one, Snape, and Hermione's. We got 4 ones. So
Nice.
We got
I've got Luna's one somewhere around here.
Oh, and I got the time. We got the time charm. She got the time charm, and I got the Deathly Hollows necklace. We keep them in their pieces, nice. We go crazy. Bubblegum shrimp. We come back to my honeymoon with so many souvenirs, so much crap we buy. Yeah, I just love that place. And the city walk is so nice, and it's Universal's. You're gonna have a blast, Jill.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I was there
I know. I'm just
5 years
Welcome
ago,
to
but
Shitty
I'm gonna.
Walk.
But I want to say hello to Tiger Stripes, but also I have to step away for a minute. But I do want to make sure to welcome you on the panel and thank you for joining us tonight. How are you doing? She must be having some trouble. Sometimes this happens where she has difficulties with her audio setup, and so we will of course be patient with that.
Hi, Tiger
And
Stripes.
just know,
Good to see
just
you.
know we appreciate you. Yeah, good. It's definitely good to see you, and it's always worth the wait.
Yeah, we had a wonderful Twilight Zone stream, didn't we?
Yeah, it was pretty fantastic. Don't we always? Anna Nielsen says the alleles for a trait or mutation causing a certain phenotype need to already be present in the gene pool. Like, that's the kind of stuff that happens in my chat. I want to take credit for the genius.
Yeah, I think it's pronounced
Sorry.
alleles.
Anna,
Yeah.
Alleles.
Yeah, alleles. Or I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I think Niad from Film Comics Explained called it as allele. I don't know.
I've never heard it described that way, but
I don't know. I guess it's just his accent or whatever.
Yeah.
It's been several decades since I've sat through genetics class. So.
Jedi Master dropped out too. So hopefully they both return. I know Tiger's working on her audio.
We're dropping like
Jedi
flies. I wanted to, man, I don't mind Michael Gambon, but man, Richard Harris will always be my Dumbledore. He was absolutely stellar to me.
Well, he was Dumbledore.
Yeah.
And then Michael Gambon came on and said, I can't match that. And I can understand that in a way, is that you're following up somebody like Richard Harris and you don't want to repeat his performance. But Richard Harris's performance was Dumbledore, and Michael Gambon did not read the books. And so he was just basically Michael Gambon reading Dumbledore's lines until probably the 6th book. Maybe he finally got it. He finally understood who Dumbledore was then. But it took him a little longer because he refused to do it the way it was already presented.
Oh, actors, they can be so uncommonly stubborn.
Yeah, it's often a thing, especially, especially if the actor unfortunately passes away and you have to hastily replace them.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to be in that position. We've all at least known somebody who's been in that position of having to replace a beloved figure, whether it's a teacher, employee, performer. It's never,
Can you cover me for just a second, Mr. Phobos?
Sure,
I promise I
sure.
won't be gone for long.
Yeah, no, do what you have to do. It's never an enviable position to have to replace somebody who's beloved. I don't care what area or domain you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. To read your comment here, it says, could you read it?
Oh, sure. Evolution is not a pyramidal hierarchy. There is no better or worse. There is no advanced, less advanced. It is the environment that determines suitability for reproductive success.
Yes, that is true.
So I had a teacher who used to say, you think you're the pinnacle of evolution? I say a tapeworm is, if you're living in an intestine. So he showed us.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of scary. But I'm sorry if you accidentally heard that. I need to go silence my phone.
I didn't hear anything, but so wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. Just my text notification is really, really loud. And it's something from Tokusatsu, but the whole thing is, it's just like the whole plot line with Magneto. Sounds a lot of the plot line of Magneto. You can't just force mutation on somebody. Again, you already saw how unstable Senator Kelly became, and he just turned into a giant turned into a giant blob and just got rented down to water because his body became elastic like plastic. It was really, really disturbing in the first X-Men movie. But again, the whole thing, it just emits irradiation. But I know Magneto, it just drains him. But again, him giving some of his power to Rogue, she could have potentially killed everyone in New York. All because he was still trying to push his mutant supremacy cause.
Yeah, I remember, that wasn't a bad movie. When it came out, I think we were all pretty impressed with it. I do remember when he sort of just died and dissolved into water.
Yeah.
It was very creepy.
Yes, it was disturbing, yes.
But there was a template there for how to do Mr. Fantastic, who is not made of rubber. He's supposed to represent water. The Invisible Girl is air. The Thing is raw air, earth, fire, and water. And nobody's ever made him move like water when they do these adaptations. Wouldn't it be so cool, instead of showing him stretch, to showing him flow like the water he's supposed to be?
I never knew that about Mr. Fantastic, but again, I still kind of like I think the far best and most accurate adaptation of the Fantastic Four is the one from 2005. Personally, I really like that one because I was the right age for when those two movies came out.
Yeah.
And also another thing about I'm saying from like C2E2, also Michael Chiklis is supposed to be there too, who was the Thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite fond of those 2005 and 2009 movies, and I thought the casting was really well done too. But don't feel bad. I was reading the comics for decades before I realized, the Fantastic Four, air, earth, fire, and water. Duh! I felt like such a moron. I've been reading them for years and I didn't realize that. And then, I don't know, it just sort of, but a lot of people didn't either, so I didn't feel so bad.
Oh, and Old Man Bird with a 1999 super sticker. Thank you for that. For Jill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bird. We'll remind her when she comes back. Hi, Donnie.
Okay, yeah. Power Ranger Donnie saying, I still think my number one Disney Plus show so far is High School Musical, the musical. the series, which is a mouthful. My second streaming show is Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. I know, even though that show was the perfect endpoint for, I know again, like Power Ranger Donnie, he's a big Tokusatsu fan, and so am I. And again, I know I've been like on a few streams talking about Power Rangers, and I would love to do more in the future, but again, I'm just not in the mood to do like streaming, and I don't understand. I don't have the money to like do more stuff with StreamYard. I just don't have the money, and I can't, like I said, I can't figure out how Streamlabs or OBS work entirely. So
I don't think the people who write OBS know how it works entirely. It is an incredibly complicated program, but its functionality is absolutely amazing. It is really a full-featured professional commercial production studio quality piece of software. So you kind of just learn to do the things you need it to do, but there are whole other areas that people never get a chance to discover because they don't need that functionality from it. Professor R2 is here. Hey, Professor, I know exactly what you mean now. I saw the movie. I absolutely, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I know exactly now how you felt when you described it. I highly recommend it. We've been talking about it earlier. And this probably will be one of the movies I see again, if only to be able to count just how many display panels are on the ship. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I will say
in the hundreds.
Yeah, but I will say I do like the design of the ship. I will say that. I mean, it's like the proper thing. I mean, it's the classic, like the kind of thing the ISS would be, but we just try to make it more modular. We have the modular pieces all put together and whatnot.
Yeah, and of course they needed to set it up for simulated or artificial gravity. And
yes.
It wasn't entirely off base from it was different than the book, but not, entirely so. And they did use similar engineering methods there. So, but for me, the movie, the ship is just, it's part of the environment. It's not really instrumental to the core of the movie.
Yeah,
I like what you did with the gravity.
Yeah, but I think in the sci-fi horror movie Life Force, I think the shuttle Churchill had like a large like external thruster at the very bottom of the shuttle called the Nerva engine, but it gave it constant acceleration, and of course it had like these two giant solar panels that they deployed out. So it can generate Earth-type gravity. You either have centrifuge force, or you have something that's constantly accelerating. So it presses down on the crew, so it creates the illusion of Earth-type gravity. So I think that might be some basis in how the physics of trying to generate artificial gravity in space.
Yeah, wasn't that just a space shuttle on the outside, but like 10 times the size on the inside? It was like that thing was the interior shots of their ship were enormous.
Sorry about that, Jet Sparks. I had a little bit of an error with StreamYard. I'm gonna go through all my brands to make sure nobody else falls out. I think that just happened for just that one, but I'm gonna go through each one. Now we're halfway through, so that's halfway, and then just a few more.
And Old Man Bird sent you a 1999 Super.
Oh, thank you so much, Old Man Bird. Thank you for alerting me to that. I haven't quite got to checking out what's going on with the super chats. But thank you so much to Old Man Bird. I was checking to see, because there's everything. So not in Z3PO. I wanted to say hello to you. You said everything evolves back to crabs, and I had a video for that, but I was trying to find it, and I couldn't exactly find it in time. But I do have a crab people.
Oh yeah, crab people, crab. Look
And
like
Jill,
that. Look
you
like
got a
that.
very nice super sticker too. I wanted to make sure you didn't miss that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so let's check those out. Yeah, well, okay, we know what it is. I don't know where the video is itself, but of course, thanks to Edward Bailey, thanks to Jedi Master, and thanks to Old Man Bird for the 1999 super sticker. That's fantastic. So I'll play something for you. Let's see what the wheel says, because the wheel is a lot more reliable than me trying to randomly do it. So that takes just a second for it to spin. Although you don't get to see it spin, I should show that part. Because I get the fun of seeing it spin. Oh, Old Man Bird does like Harry Potter, so I will play that. I'll play that one. Just a lot of people don't, so but he does, so we get it. See. It is. It's hard to find it because I'm thinking that's it, but then where is it? There it is. Yeah, Well Done Dragon's great because if you go to Diagon Alley, when you go to the Wizarding World in Universal Studios and you go there and you do see the dragon, and it is the dragon that is guarding Gringotts, and it is on top of Gringotts, and every once in a while it blows a fire, and there's an audio recording of Fred and George saying "Well done, dragon." It is so fun every single time that dragon breathes fire. Thank you, Old Man Bird, for the 1999. And thank you to Istophobos and Jet Sparks for covering for me when I stepped out. Because now I've got to.
Welcome.
No problem.
Now I've got to recalibrate. What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about spaceships and life force and the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, and how I was a fan of the Fantastic Four for many years before I realized that they're supposed to represent the four elements: air, earth, fire, and water.
Right. Okay, so Johnny is fire, obviously, and obviously Ben Grimm is earth, and then
Sue Storm is air, and then Reed Richards is water, not rubber. And I was just sort of lamenting the fact that they never really got that right on the visuals. And on the first X-Men movie, they had a guy kind of turn into water and flow and just sort of disappear. But wouldn't it have been cool to see a live action movie where he sort of acts more like water than rubber? I thought, I don't know. I think that has potential there.
It does, definitely. That's something I've been needing to read. That I'm not so much a comic book expert, and so that's something. Fantastic Four is very much science fiction based comic book, and that's something that I probably would be most interested in if I ever did get around to reading.
Yeah, and depending on the runs, I mean, very, very scientifically based. Sometimes, a little ridiculous or silly, but I was always drawn to the more science fiction based Green Lantern, those kind of things. I'm definitely was more of a fan of the sort of cosmic side of those comic companies. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you guys in the chat, are you also talking about the Artemis launch? Because we're going back to the moon and all of that. Okay, so my brother and I really considered going down to see the Artemis launch when it was scheduled for February, but his daughter was born a bit early, so we canceled. And good thing we did too. Yeah, right, because it didn't launch. It's gonna. When does it launch? What's the date?
You realize that makes her Auntie Anna.
Ah.
Yeah, I didn't know we were.
Anna.
Yeah, I just didn't know we were going back to the moon so soon. I thought we were going back around 2030.
We are not going to get there soon. They haven't even solved the cryogenic fuel refueling issue. It's gonna take a while.
Oh, we're not going this month? What happened?
Oh, I'm talking. we're not sending any people to the moon anytime soon. Is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Okay,
so Artemis is another just reusable rocket.
It says NASA's Artemis moon rocket rolls back to pad for possible April launch. So February, March, April, we're just going to keep rolling down until we have to circle back to 2027 probably.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Okay, so I'm looking at this is the BBC.com. NASA's giant moon rocket has returned to its launch pad for a second time ahead for the mission to send astronauts around the moon. Something not attempted in more than 50 years. That's why it's such a big deal. Of course.
Yeah, I think this launch is just orbiting the moon and coming back, right? But it's not going to be crewed.
No, it's not. It's not like we're landing anybody there. But the point is that we're exploring again, and that's important to me. Even if it's just saying hi, it's just like, okay, we're back to this. We're back to where we should have not given up in the 80s or 70s.
Yeah. Again. Also, I think a few weeks ago was the 40th anniversary of the Challenger disaster.
Yeah, the Challenger, and then of course later on, we have had a couple of disasters, and that's the thing that happens with space travel. Then the people who do go out do know the danger they're getting into, but it's always definitely very tragic, and is hurtful to the exploration of the solar system that we're trying to.
Yeah, but unlike that, we had again the rich trying to just show off show off their vanity by letting his wife and a few of her celebrity girlfriends to fly up in orbit for about 10 minutes or fly at high altitude.
What are you talking about?
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so yes, but that is where we're headed with space travel. And space travel is not just for exploration. It's also going to be a tourism kind of thing as soon as we are able to keep doing that. And of course, the rich people are going to be the first ones on the roller coaster ride. But of course, it is way more important than that. And the person who understood how important it was is none other than birthday extraordinaire William Shatner, who was the only person on his ride to really appreciate what he was experiencing.
Yes,
I agree.
Too bad Bezos couldn't pull for better audio equipment to capture his reaction when he landed. He was because he was too busy just popping champagne everywhere, like he's Bezos.
Well, Bezos was the only one who was, to his credit, actually listening to Shatner. Everybody else was screaming and making random noise and not really respecting the fact that legendary Bill Shatner was talking about his first time in space. Everybody's been wanting to see Captain Kirk go to space for real and hear what he has to say. Except for all of those losers in the background screaming.
Yep.
I have a little bit of skepticism that with our current level of engineering and technology that we're capable of building them like we used to. The Voyager probes are in their 49th year. They were designed for a 5-year lifespan, and they are still working. That is an absolute testament to the men and women that worked and built those probes. And I'm not sure, I have a little bit of skepticism that we're at the level to create stuff like that anymore. Obviously, our technology has advanced, but we also have a much more sort of disposable mentality when it comes to technology and engineering.
Yes, because some things back then were built to last, and now some things can barely hold together for at least a few months to a year.
I can't even get a microwave to last longer than 3 years, and I don't really do anything super special with it. I heat up water.
I have an over 20-year-old toaster that I still use every day. And it's incredible. And I don't know if I bought a toaster today, if it would last half that amount of time.
Oh, I'm sure it wouldn't. you would be lucky to get 5 years out of it.
Aaron Nelson says Pygmy Puffs. Yes, those are the Harry Potter version of the Tribbles. Although the Pygmy Puffs actually do have a face. Of course, Tribbles, we can't see their face.
Jill, are you familiar with the YouTube channel Smarter Every Day?
No, I don't know.
It's a really enjoyable channel created by an engineer. He's a rocket engineer, and he covers everything from rockets to naval design to laminar flow to Fourier systems. It's just one of my favorite educational channels.
No, but I just subscribed right now.
He gave a lecture to a bunch of NASA people about going to the moon, and he talks. I think our viewers might be interested in watching that video. So with your permission, I would post the link, and he talks about sort of what he sees as the problems they're going to have to overcome this time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're more than welcome to share that link. That's definitely the kind of thing I'm interested in.
Yeah.
And my listeners are also interested in.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite videos in all of YouTube. And it's funny because he was so nervous because he's like, I'm just a YouTuber. Who am I? I'm talking like to the head of NASA. This is really scary. But he went up there and he told the truth, and he was nervous about it. And it is a great video. So I'm going to go grab the link and post it in the chat.
Okay, sounds great. That's good news. And yes, hello to Professor R2. Great to see you. And Anna says, I'll watch PHM in the theaters again for sure. Yeah, this is one of the few movies where I want to see it again. I saw it once, so I want to see it more. The ship isn't a character in the film, so it just needs to be functional, says Professor R2. You're saying the ship is a character in the movie? I can't wait. I mean, in the book, I can't wait to read the book. I'm sure there's so much more stuff going on in the book that I don't know about. The spin drive and the limitation advantages it offered were employed really well by Weir in the novel, which translated into the film. That is something I don't hear a whole lot. That's something from the book translated to the film in any significant way to be something to be lauded.
Oops, I can't post links in the chat. Jill, I'm going to post it in the private, and then you can post it in the chat.
Yeah, that's true. Universal does have fire. Like if you go to some rides, there is fire on the ride. You can feel the flames in every corner of Diagon Alley, especially on a cold day. Yes, the fire from the dragon. Well, I was there in the summer, but I believe you. I'd like to see the Fantastic Four plus Mila Jovovich. Oh, okay. And I hope you're doing well, Canadian Spider-Man. And if anybody wants to show up on the panel, we've got a link here.
I'm here for you.
Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, hello and welcome to Jamie. How are you doing?
Good.
That's good. That's good to hear. Windows currently is scheduled for the first week of April. Conditions permitted. Okay, oh right, so well, yeah, and they say April 1st, so that kind of concerns me. For Artemis. And yes, here it is. I see it. Okay, great. And so I'll put that in the regular chat if anybody's interested in that. I was scared to say this to NASA, but no, that's great. That's great when a YouTuber can actually get in contact with actual people who are going to space. That's fantastic stuff.
Oh, and you're gonna love his channel. It's one of my favorite educational scientific educational engineering channels on YouTube.
Cool. That is pretty good. There's nothing new on the moon, just razor sharp dust. Well, it's not the fact that we have to go back to the moon because of the moon. It's because that's where we should go as a launching pad for exploring the rest of the universe, and because it's better to be able to manufacture fuel from the moon to be able to explore the rest of the solar system.
Yeah, and you'd be lucky to find a razor as sharp as the particulates on the moon. That is just diamond sharp. Yeah. Tell me what razor you're using. I want something that good.
Yeah, exactly the point. I mean, look, there's got to be a massive trove of helium-3 on the lunar surface, and that's going to be amazing to exploit.
Oh my God, Anna Nielsen's nieces are so brilliant. They've turned Aunt Anna into a contraction, and they call her Antenna.
I hereby dub Anna Nielsen antenna.
Funny.
That man was not a crook.
Yeah, that's part of it. But I mean, there's so much that went into us stopping that, and that's what For All Mankind is about. Is because in For All Mankind we didn't win the space race, and so we had more to prove. And so then we ended up making space stations and everything. And so I'm hoping that's where we're headed now in reality, starting on April 1st.
I still think the best method that would help us get us as a launching pad for getting to space or exploring the rest of our solar system would be building a space elevator. But the best way we could do that is if we manage to try to tug asteroids toward our orbit and try to see if we can mine them out.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of tokusatsu, says Donnie. Were we speaking of that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Space Sheriff Gavin.
I'm so in love with Space Sheriff Gav and Infinity. Worth watching. Okay.
Yeah, but again, Donnie, as much as I love tokusatsu, I have no idea where to watch a lot of these newer stuff. I mean, the last time I think I'd watched a Super Sentai show all the way through was I think Go Busters, I think. But again, I don't know if I've seen anything that's been subbed by TV Nihon or anything other that's impossible to find.
Professor R2, when you say it's translated a little too close to the books, what do you mean by that? And I'm glad to see you here tonight. And Anna Nielsen is speaking in a different language. Hooray!
Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese. I didn't want to get it. Yeah.
Anna is asking if it would be okay if she joined, and I think it would be absolutely wonderful if she joined.
Yeah, we would be lucky if Anna joined. Would love to hear what she has to say.
But
yes,
she can take my place. But yeah, where you can see in the chat here.
I can bring up your links if you're headed out here and let you go.
Yeah,
if you're ready to head to bed.
Yeah,
Jet Sparks.
Oh, at least I think that's what she was asking. I'm a little rusty. So.
Well, whatever you want, Anna, you've got it. Just let us know in a way that I can understand. Did put the link in the chat, so most people are allowed up as long as you are of good nature, good mic, and you do have something to say and a good internet connection. Then you're allowed up tonight. I don't do this often, where I put the panel link in the chat.
Yeah, if you have to have a good nature, why am I allowed here?
Because you make me laugh. That's good enough.
Okay, fair enough.
And there's Jet Sparks link tree. I don't know if you keep that updated or not, but
yeah. I mean, that's probably the thing. But some of the links I don't really even use because I think some of those have just become like irrelevant at this point. At least a couple of them are. But again, if you want to check out my YouTube channel, most of the stuff. I mean, I'm kind of inactive. I mean, But the thing is, the one thing I say you definitely should at least check out a little bit is check out all my writing streams at least, because I showed you a glimpse of some of the stuff I've been working on. I know I've made more progress since I've done some of those streams, but they're worth a good thing to see exactly the kind of process I like to show, and eventually, hopefully, someday I'll get these books I'm writing published. And some, I think, I know I have great ideas. I just write them down as like a new story idea that I can have for future reference. And some I actually have like taken into account and actually made and actually have written some of them as books already. So just come check it out. And maybe if you guys give me like a thing, or heck, even try to interact, like find methods of try to contact me. But I'll happily like join like streams especially if I'm offered an invitation, I'll happily join. Especially even if I got time, which may not be viable for the time being, considering some personal stuff that's going on, and it's family related stuff. So I know kind of the fate of a certain person is kind of like set in stone, and you can't really change it. So whenever that comes down to it, I may not just be around altogether, but I'll still just keep doing what I do best in writing. So just all I can say to everyone is pray for me, pray for this person I know, and just like give me the strength to keep pressing on with what I like to do, because I believe writing is what I'm destined to be. And thank you for that. So with that being said, as I say on my channel, may God, the Force, and the power protect you always. Peace.
Yes, peace. Jet Sparks, thanks for sharing with us tonight, and we look forward to what you have to do. And Jamie, are you trying to add something to the conversation? What's going on?
I'm keeping you company.
Great. Well, it's good to hear from you. And I guess, oh, look, somebody's returning. Or Antenna. Oh, yes. That's a great new name there.
Hey, hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, absolutely. We can hear you. And you saw the movie, right? I know you read
Yes.
the book. Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's great. And so, but Joe Sparks saw the movie too, but he had to leave. So we've got you and Istophobos who saw it. And Professor R2 is just stopping on his way to bed. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night to you too.
Good night.
I loved it. I'm the only one who saw the movie who hasn't read the book. And that's the audience that I tracked on my channel, which makes me, I'm very grateful for that. But I will read the book.
I think you'll love it. And despite what I said earlier, when people have asked, like friends of mine have asked, like, oh, should I read the book before I check out the movie? I've been like, it's so close. Like, enjoy the movie, and then you'll see that you want to devote the time to the book. And so far, everyone has.
Exactly. That's how I feel about it. And I'm going to buy a physical copy of the book and snuggle down with that at some point. But
if it were a case where the movie had been out for a long time and the book had been out for a long time, and someone's like, should I see the movie first? I might recommend the book in a lot of cases. But in this case, it's in theaters, and people should experience it in theaters, I think.
I agree. That makes a lot of sense. And is there something that you wanted to share specifically since you joined the panel today? I want to make sure.
No, I was just going to say hi.
Oh, okay. Good. Do you like Firefly by chance? Does anybody here enjoy Firefly? Because that's a thing that's happening in the news.
I've not seen it. Everyone says I should.
Yeah. I don't know if you'll like it. It's kind of a Western in space, mostly. Like, it's sci-fi, but it's mostly Western in space. But I do like it. And it's coming back as an animated series. And so I'm wondering if it's going to be any good. And hopefully it will be. It's that kind of thing where you hope that people who created it originally are going to work on it, and so we won't know until we get it. Just like with Stargate,
it hasn't yet been picked up, right?
No,
by
that's
studio,
right. That's right. But they announced it anyway at Awesome Con. 7 days ago. But yeah, that's right. They don't know exactly who's going to make it yet, but they're sure that that's something they want to do.
What do you think about it being animated?
Well, it's going to be easier budget-wise, right? They get to do more stuff in terms of they don't have to build the sets. It depends on who animates it, I suppose.
Yeah, here's my question. And hi, Anna. I finally got to be on our high antenna. Finally got to be on the stream with you. So my question is, they specifically said that they had more stories that they wanted to tell. And these stories occur before the movie Serenity. But I'm assuming those stories came from Joss Whedon. And if he's not involved in this, how is that going to work exactly? But he did give them his blessings. So maybe he wrote them and gave them to him and said he didn't need to be involved. I mean, he's a very sort of a low-key personality in general. So maybe he said, I don't want the controversy by getting involved. So you guys go off and have fun with it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure quite what it means, because I also saw the video message, like what it means when they say we got his blessing.
Yeah, and he's not involved. But there are other people who were involved who are showing up and saying they want to be a part of it. So that is also, the good side of it. Of course, one won't know until we actually see an episode. And Anna, it's only 14 episodes. You can catch up pretty quick.
I know. And I love Westerns and the kind of space Western aesthetic. It's on the list. I have a big list.
Yeah,
I'm the same way. I have a lot of things.
Speaking of replacing a beloved character, they're going to have to recast for Shepherd Book, and that's going to be a tough one. Wow,
that is almost impossible.
Well, easier to do animated than it would be in live action, for sure. So
true. Joss Whedon has kind of been canceled, but I don't think we care about that anymore. Sci-fi snob. Nobody cares about people who've been canceled anymore. That was such nonsense. If somebody's is bad, put them in jail. Otherwise,
Yeah, especially someone who's really good at telling stories.
Exactly. I don't like this cancel nonsense. The general populace doesn't need to be putting people in a, raising pitchforks and torches and stuff. That's what our justice system is for. If somebody's done something wrong, they'll be arrested for it. Otherwise,
Except for all of the times that people in Hollywood do something really horrific and don't get canceled, and so it's not even a reliable system of like mob justice.
That's true too. So both ways. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I think actually that's the reason nobody trusts them anymore, because of their terrible inconsistencies and their willingness to overlook certain horrific things if you're in the right club. So,
are you a doctor? Somebody is asking, James Caserta, are you a doctor? You're a doctor, right?
In 2 months, yes. I'll finish my PhD.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, you're right. Your PhD in anthropology?
In archaeology, yeah.
Archaeology. I was close.
Yeah, you can call her Indiana Jones.
Never heard that one before.
I'm sure even just for me, you've heard it before.
Nice. That's pretty cool. That's great.
But no, I'm not a doctor in that case. Not yet.
Well, hey, okay, so I'm doing and I don't know why I'm doing it this way, but I'm doing a ladies only Lord of the Rings broadcast in December for Fellowship of the Rings. And I was wondering if you would show up for that, if you can. I don't know.
Absolutely. No, I'd love to. You've heard me talk about Lord of the Rings before. So you know what you'd be getting. I'd rein it in. I'd bottle it down really tight. Be very polite to everyone else.
You got the right girl for that one, Jill.
Yeah, I know. I have a certain set of people who I want to show up for that, but I Well, we'll talk about it after. If you could stay after when the stream is over, or I don't know how to contact you though. That's the only problem. What?
I have a Twitter that I never use. I could just message you on Twitter, DM you.
Okay, and it's always at the bottom here at Antiderivative1. If you can message me there, if that's possible.
Yeah, Jill, I'll send you her Twitter handle because I have it.
Okay, thank you.
Or like Ista has my academic email.
Yeah, I can give you that too.
Nice. My academic email died years ago, but I guess since you're still in school, that makes sense why you still have it.
I'm in the
space
weird
archaeologist. Yes.
No, it's a real field now, a real subfield. It's actually 2 subfields of completely different things. There's space archaeology that's, interpreting images of archaeological sites on Earth from space. And then the even newer one is space archaeology of like looking at space debris, either that's in space or that's on the moon. And there are actually people doing archaeological studies of like human debris on the moon. Because archaeology can be anything in the past. So even from the lunar landings, that's now archaeological. Even, something 10 minutes ago in theory could be archaeological. So we've already gotten into the era of space archaeology.
Okay, wow. Okay, so what about the robots that we just jump on Mars? Is that archaeology too?
It counts. It falls under the umbrella. Oh, that's one of my favorite bits of The Martian is when Watney goes and finds the Pathfinder probe from 95 and repurposes it. And he has to actually dig it out of the sand. And that's pretty archaeological too.
Yeah. Don't you think he got it out a little easy? I know for the sake of the movie, they did that, but that thing looked really dug in there.
He was in Wadi Rum, which is a place where I've excavated before. They filmed that movie in Jordan, and I excavated there at Petra. So it's not that easy to dig in the sand there specifically.
Yeah, just from going to the beach, I know how hard it is to dig in the sand.
It's amazing that you do that kind of exploration. I considered doing that when I was a kid, but I never actually went for it. So you rule. That's so neat that she actually do that.
I mean, it's really fun how much film and media overlaps with the archaeologist adventurer trope, and I think maybe that flavors the notion of how exciting a field it actually is. It's still pretty exciting, I promise.
Well, speaking of exciting, do you have any movie or TV show you're excited about this year or previous year that you want to look into?
I don't know. Project Hail Mary was the big one for this year that I was excited for. No.
Yeah, me too. So I just knew that this year. Yeah, same here.
I'm looking forward to this one. Was the big one, as well as the next Godzilla -1, or I think they're calling it Godzilla -0.
Yes.
Yeah, except for that there is no -0, but okay.
That's a great answer, actually. Yes, I'm also looking forward to that one. I'll be in Japan when it comes out.
How are their premium large format screens over there? Last time I was there, they didn't exist. So
they have them all over now. Eon, which is like a company that runs a lot of malls. They also run a lot of theaters, and Eon theaters are really, really good, and they have really good sound quality and screens. So I saw, because I work in Japan, that's where I do archaeology. And so I saw the Godzilla -1 there. I was there a couple of years ago, and I saw it several times at Japanese theaters, and just absolutely worth the experience. So yeah, Japanese theaters are fantastic. Probably better than a lot that you'd get in the US.
I figured, like, when I was living there, everything was just a little bit nicer, a little bit cleaner, a little bit more advanced, a lot cleaner, actually. I would expect them to be pretty phenomenal. So it's cool that you'll get to watch it there.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. I guess.
So, obviously, I love Jill.
I love Godzilla -1. It's such a great movie that incorporated the monster and the humans in a way in which you actually cared about the humans that were there. So I agree with you. That is a good answer.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to whatever they come up with next. The fact that they were able to do that good on so shoestring of a budget. I mean, I think the often quoted number is something like 13 million budget, but it's apparently less than that. But yeah, the one interesting thing is that like in Japan, people are really, really quiet when they're in the movie theaters, you know, making noise, laughing, clapping, cheering, or crying. All of that is seen as disruptive to the film experience. And so people are really dead quiet in Japanese theaters. And like you will get glared at or even shushed if you make any sort of noise, the way people often react in American theaters. And I think it's like, say, like in Britain, I know people tend to be a little quieter, but it's not like a social rule. But it kind of is a social rule in Japan. But when I saw Godzilla -1 twice, actually, the whole theater, like people were crying, some like making sounds. And so people were breaking their theater etiquette rules because the movie was just that good.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yeah, no, I definitely don't try to be disruptive when I'm in the theater, but definitely a few sounds are expected. I made a few today for Project Hail Mary, but they were all natural. I didn't do them on purpose. And
it's just a cultural thing. It's like in the US, part of the reason people go to the theater experience is for like the shared camaraderie of other people experiencing the film with you. And people will look up videos of like classic reactions, like opening night reactions to the Two Towers or to, you know, Revenge of the Sith or whatever movie they're looking for. And they're hoping to get like really authentic, rousing theater reactions. And in Japan, that's just not a thing. People go for it, like what's really prioritized more than the shared community aspect of the theater is like the sound quality.
Oh, and Canadian Spider-Man also knows a bit about this culture. He lived in Japan for a bit. Japanese culture is very much about not upsetting your neighbor or the public in general. Love that about Japan. You must not make waves.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple of interviews with Yamazaki-san, and his implication is it was actually between 9 and 12 million. People were quoting 13 to 15. He's like, I wish I had that much money. So yeah, I think it's considerably less than people even think.
Sci-Fi Snob has a question for archaeologists, and we just so happen to have one on the panel. How long do you have to wait before digging up a body for it to become archaeology?
Well, if you don't have the proper permits, it's always grave robbing. Like, sometimes people are like, "Oh, 50 years." No, the time doesn't matter. It can be 2,000 years old, and you still have to have proper permits. If it's within the last like 70, 80 years, it will be investigated. Well, in the US, it'll be investigated as a potential crime scene, you know, forensic analysis. And in some places, like in Italy and in a lot of Europe, you have to bring in the police anytime you find human remains. Even if you know it's a Roman site and you know it's 2,000 years old, you have to bring in the police so they can determine it's not a homicide case before you can continue. But yeah, no matter what, you can't just like find human remains, even if it's on your own property, and just dig it up and be like, archaeology. You have to have the permits to do it.
I need a permit to pick up my hamster.
Well, if it's not a human remain, it's okay. But it's not archaeology. That's paleontology.
Hamsters are people too.
Yeah, they still find Civil War remains in the area that I live in every so often. So it is the thing that comes up.
When I was a kid, we were always finding arrowheads everywhere.
Yeah,
in Texas.
Yeah, a really big one now in the U.S. is indigenous remains, because you have to have it be determined that it's not an indigenous burial, in which case you just don't touch it.
Say hello to Small Time Republic. Small Time Republic is here. Japanese are even quiet during pro wrestling matches.
Yeah, but they are not quiet during sumo wrestling. That was one of my favorite. I know it sounds weird, man, but I grew to really love the sport, and they're quite rowdy.
And aren't we supposed to slurp? Like, it's like it tells the chef that we really like the soup they've prepared if we slurp it. Like,
yeah. Both Ista and Canadian Spider-Man will appreciate this. Everyone tells you Japan is so polite and quiet and considerate of their neighbor, except for all of the times when they aren't. You're never supposed to practice your instrument, your piano, or your violin at home unless you've got soundproof rooms, and most people just go to like a karaoke booth or someplace that has soundproofing to do it. And yet politicians will drive around a car at 6 a.m. with a loudspeaker shouting their political platform, waking you up and disrupting the whole neighborhood. Everyone is so quiet and like demure and doesn't talk to strangers unless you are hiking a mountain or completely naked in a hot spring, and then everyone wants to get really chatty and noisy. It's so funny. There are all these like, oh, it's the social norm, you don't do this, except for all of the times when it's not.
Yeah, politeness is relative. They just have a different set of rules for what they consider polite. And I think the slurping of noodles is really big in China. You definitely want to make a lot of noise. And they do it in Japan too, but not to the extent I've seen them just vacuum up bowls of ramen in China. It's pretty scary.
Does anybody know what Quentin Tarantino is up to? Because he's supposed to be making one more movie before he quits making movies forever.
Hasn't he said that like twice before?
Yeah, yes. I don't know why he needs to preempt. I don't know why he has to announce his retirement ahead of time. Just go do your thing, man. Like, why do you have to make, I don't know, you think it's a publicity stunt? He doesn't need it. Just make your next damn movie, man.
Maybe
he thinks he can only make 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, man, you're so good. Make another one, please. And like, maybe it gives him the confidence boost.
Oh, and because this just always comes up, if you are in an Asian restaurant, an East Asian restaurant, never stab your chopsticks into the bowl of rice. Please, you will give an old woman a heart attack.
Well, if they're vertical, yeah, isn't that some kind of funeral kind of thing?
Yeah.
Morbid?
Or diagonal. You lay them across the bowl. Do not stab them, leaving them sticking out of the rice. It's very traumatic for the elderly, polite people there. So.
I don't know when I learned about this stuff, but yeah, that is a morbid thing to do, but I don't understand why.
Because it's a funerary offering. That's how they present. To their ancestors, to the dead.
Yeah. Similarly, you're not supposed to like pass food like a piece of sushi with your chopsticks to someone else's chopsticks like this, because that's also a funeral ritual, an even more morbid one.
Yeah.
So,
oh my god.
There's because like almost everyone in Japan is cremated. Sorry, I'm a mortuary archaeologist, so I really like the dead people stuff. And so cremation doesn't, there's still plenty of bones left. And there's then a ritual where when the ashes are gathered up, family members will come and use like chopstick shaped implements to pick up the bones and put them into the funerary urn. And they'll pass the bones to each other with those chopstick like implements. And so like Ista said, again, like most young people would never mind, but you'll give some old lady a heart attack if you like pass food from one person's chopsticks to another, because it reminds people of that ritual.
So instead of that, then pass it to their plate and let them pick it up themselves. Is that the proper way? Okay, so I didn't know about that part.
or use your fingers, although this is somewhat tempered by the absolute wonder somebody would see if they saw a gaijin actually picking up a piece of nigiri with their chopsticks. That would be impressive enough. So it might take a little bit of the sting out of it, but
that's the thing. None of it actually applies if you're not Japanese, really, because like everyone knows you're not trying to offend. Like no one will actually care.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great sort of thought, which is the thing. Everyone gets the benefit of the doubt in Japan, and that's something we just don't have here anymore. That's an interesting point that I didn't.
So you can make mistakes, but they're very forgiving about it as long as you're willing to own up to it. That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, their good faith is in good standing there. Nobody believes that you set out to offend somebody else. They always give you the benefit of the doubt. And typically, now it might be a little different in business negotiations and other stuff. But typically, now I haven't lived there nearly as recently as Anna has, but people typically act in good faith. I mean, I've left my wallet several times, and you used to get paid in cash, even if you were like an executive, like they don't do checks, they don't do deposits. So you would have a wallet or an envelope stuffed full of money I left my wallet on top of a taxi cab in Tokyo, and it found its way back to me.
Yes.
That would
Any
never
lost
happen.
articles find their way back to you every time.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. It's
Even now.
astonishing. It would never happen here.
No, yeah, here, even in Texas, where we're very, we do care. You might get your stuff back, but it's also possible you'll never see it ever again, more likely. And so you can leave your valuables around in Japan and hope to get it back, and they actually really do. That's great.
Yeah, I got my wallet back here once because the police found it on the floorboard of a car involved in a gang shooting. So yeah, I was mugged. That's how you get your stuff back here. But oh no, I left it in a phone booth in Tokyo when I was in my small town. My parents came to visit, and I left my wallet on top of the cab, and he drove off. Must have fallen out in the middle of the road, but it was a small town, and everybody knew that I was the only gaijin that lived there, so it found its way back to me pretty quick. So just, I never locked my door. I always tried to be welcoming. I always had little hand towels. That's kind of the move-in gift at the time. You would go and bring all your neighbors little hand towels.
I'm going back to Japan in 2 weeks. I'm moving back, and I have the pile of things that I don't use in the US but that I use in Japan, and there's 3 hand towels in that pile next to my suitcase right now, because they still don't have paper towels or dryers like in the bathrooms, like public bathrooms, because everyone carries a hand towel. You're just expected to do that.
Wow, I'm only expected to do that when I go to the gym. You're right, to wipe up your sweat from the machines, but that's it. I don't carry hand towels for everything else. That's interesting. I think that's amazing.
Yeah, Canadian Spider-Man was on a stream. I think we were talking about Thailand that time. He had taken a trip and he was showing all these wonderful photos, and I had lived there too, and he had me on, and I just love talking about this stuff. It brings back so many wonderful memories.
You've lived everywhere in Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. You've been all over.
Yeah, I have. I've and Europe too. A little bit of South America, not a whole lot of Africa, but yeah, East Asia was really where my heart was. So definitely.
Wow. Yeah, definitely. Oh man, I need to go watch back some of those Canadian Spider-Man shows where you showed up at Phobos, because I get so busy on Thursday nights. Tony's here. Tony Stark of Iron CEO saying hi, leaving a like, love, and watch later. That means so much to me. I know you're very, very busy, man. And I know you had a matinee earlier around 1 p.m. and I'm sure it was a great fun and awesome. I was a little busy with my kids swimming and all of that, but thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
Also, that's fantastic that your son swam, even if he's not feeling it all the time. Good for him.
Well, yeah, definitely. Well, I just feel like eventually he'll find the sport that's right for him. I don't know if it's going to be swimming, but he's going to stick through it for the semester. And that is usually my thing, is that I get the kid, if you sign up for it, you're going to stay there for the whole semester, and then you can decide not to do it after that. But this is the first time where he started saying, hey, I don't really like this, I'm gonna quit. And I said, okay, but you got to pick a different sport. And so the other choice was track or cross country, I'm not sure. And so he stuck with swimming, and it's good because we live on the coast, and so I need both my kids to swim. It's easier to get my daughter to do it because she's younger, and so she's more inclined to do something new. But anyway, Part-Time Planting says, I've had my wallet returned a few times. Drunken nights out. Well, yeah. Yeah, if you get drunk enough, you'll lose your shoes. 2 out of 3. Still had the cash in it. That is, yeah, so you can expect to get your money back. Your wallet back in America, but not the cash that's in it. You get the cards back, not the cash.
Yeah, in Japan, you will get the money back. It's customary to give a reward, but you're going to have to offer it at least 3 times, probably 10, because they're not going to take it. But if they walk away not having taken the reward, you've lost. So you have to just keep sitting there, offering it, being very polite.
And like you said, you were there in the 80s, and Japan's super cash focused. It still is. You can use cards for some stuff, but still everyone uses cash for everything. So your wallet is still going to be full of cash.
Well, maybe not mine, but most people's. But yeah, I don't. Is it different offering rewards now or gifts? Just, it's never as simple as, here, have this, thank you. It's always like a little bit of a struggle. It's
always a struggle. Yeah. I've never been in the exact situation because I don't lose my stuff. So I've never.
Well, aren't we all Miss High and Mighty? Never lost anything, man.
I've like picked up phones or something that people have dropped and handed it back to them before, and like in the train station, and no one's ever like forced anything on me. But yeah, like at the restaurant, fighting over who's gonna pay. I think that's everywhere in Asia. I'm so good at paying because it's a status thing as well, right? I want to flex on all my friends.
And that's the case here in Texas too, but it's kind of a macho thing. Like most of the men want to be the ones to pay for everybody. But I want to say hello to the real head case who says to Istophobos, I have no idea who you are. I don't know who you are either. But it's great to see you, the real head case.
No, he knows me. We talk about other things. So this is a side of me he probably hasn't really seen. So.
Oh, okay. I get it now. But it's good to see you here. And also.
Oops.
Jill. No.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
I was wondering, Tiger Stripes, are you able to speak to us now? I was wondering if you figured out your audio issues. I'm sorry, I misstepped my microphone.
I really wanted to say hi to Tiger Stripes. I'm starting to feel a little outnumbered here, which I don't mind, but it is getting late here and I have to go.
Oh no!
So I figure this is a perfect time. It's so I definitely, Anna, it was finally good to be on the stream with you, and Jill, of course, anytime. I absolutely adore streaming with you, but I don't think Tiger Stripes are we talking yet? Can I hear you?
She dropped out again. She's dropped out again, unfortunately.
She's still having the issues.
I want to say hello to Kronos. Kronos is wonderful, and I do know that Kronos knows Yvette, and we all love Yvette very much, and I'm sorry that she's not here with us anymore. And I'm going to be on the lookout for all of the tribute streams for that, and I will try to attend as many as I can. But Kronos, thank you for dropping by. And are you leaving Istophobos?
Yeah, and Jamie, hi. We haven't really met, but I want to be polite and say hello. It's nice to meet you. But yeah, I got to go to bed. I'm not a spring chicken.
Yeah. Yeah. Even I'm not a spring chicken, more like maybe a summer hen. But thank you, Istophobos, for hanging out with us tonight.
Great to finally chat, like voice to voice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and don't let all the espresso chugging fool you. I do need my sleep. Although,
you have your good nightcap cigar, and you'll be good to go.
All right,
well, at least
everybody.
the little polar bear does. Like, did you get AI to do that, or did you animate that yourself, or is that what's going on there?
So there's different elements involved in there. It was actually originally a hand-drawn bear and then a photoshopped little background, and then but I did use AI to animate the movement. So
it's really cute. I always admire it when you use this one.
Yeah, that's the only thing that looks AI is the animation, but everything else is like it's natural and it looks great.
And I love the little twinkling stars in the background. It was helpful. So that's what I say. AI makes a great tool, but it's no substitute for creativity. That's kind of my view on it.
Absolutely. I use it minimally, and I use it for maybe brainstorming and enhancing things that we've already created. And I think that's a great way to do it. Smoking Care Bear, says Cronus. Yeah.
Well, I used to have a lot more vices. Those are the two I have left. So, all right, ladies, everyone have a wonderful weekend, and I'm sure I will see you guys online at some point real soon. Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night. Good night, Astrophobos. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight, and we'll see what else we have to talk about tonight. And all right, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat again. This is a thing I haven't done in a while, but if you want to hang out with us tonight, here's the link right here. And if you have a good internet connection and a good microphone and a good disposition, I will let you up. Just let me know.
I've got a terrible disposition. You should have kicked me.
That's what Astrophobos said. I do add that last bit just for a particular reason, but Cronus says he doesn't have a mic. That's true. That's true. The only way that Deej Odyssey gets him to be on stream is by calling him. But anyway, Spider-Man does whatever Spider-Man can. Yeah, that's what Cronus says. Well, oh yeah, that's also Jet Sparks left already, but he had a great idea that I forgot to implement, which was based on the trailers you saw before Project Hail Mary. Which ones of those trailers are you most interested in? I actually did kind of like the Spider-Man trailer. Which trailer did you like the most?
Which trailers did you get?
I got the Spider-Man one. It seemed good, but also kind of sad. Obviously, because everyone's forgotten about him and he has to live in this world where he's nothing, but he's something. And then I also like there was also the Stephen King one, which is going to be Disclosure Day, which seems interesting. And it reminds me of my friend. Speaking of lost friends on YouTube, I had a friend named Cardinalson who had a show about the potentiality of extraterrestrials actually having already visited us. And he did it in a scientific way where he had a lot of really great guests on who had real experiences and real science backing up what he talked about, which was really interesting. It was kind of like the History Channel, but better.
That's really neat. What a concept for a show. That's a pity that he's gone as well.
Yeah, he would. I think he really would have been interested in this movie. Yeah, me too.
I didn't get the Spider-Man trailer, but I've seen that one. I did get the Dune trailer ahead of Project Hail Mary, and I did actually enjoy that trailer, even if Dune Part 2 didn't necessarily grab me as much as Dune Part 1 did. So, I'll be sure to see it. That's actually, Dune is another movie filmed in Wadi Rum where I've excavated. They do a lot of movies there. And actually, while my team was there last, they were filming The Rise of Skywalker. So I'm just always interested in that. And then I also got the Masters of the Universe one. Did you get that?
Yeah, I got that one too. Yes, and there were people around me who were super excited about the Masters of the Universe, and whenever they said I have the power, they got real giddy. At least the people right next to me.
What did you think of the trailer?
Well, it was fine. It was kind of interesting that he's stuck in an office job, kind of like The Office, but then he realizes he's more than that. I don't know. I haven't. Yeah. And Cronus says, I'm He-Man? Yeah. The Real Head Case says, hey, everybody. Did this just turn into a different channel? From Admiral. But anyway, this channel is Anti-Derivative Jill. I do stuff here. But anyway, Cronus says, She-Ra is hot.
And I thought the trailer was fine. I don't know enough about He-Man to, I guess, defend the sanctity of the lore or know where the trailer looks like it might be diverging. But it made me more interested in seeing the Masters of the Universe film than I would otherwise have. There were a lot of
Definitely.
trailers. I'm trying to remember which other ones I saw.
I
Yeah,
think
were
that's
there-
basically it. It was Spider-Man, it was He-Man, it was Project Disclosure Day. There were other ones, but they didn't really. I don't remember them as well.
Got the one for the Hugh Jackman murder mystery where he's a shepherd and his sheep have to solve the mystery of his murder.
Oh yeah, that's kind of cute. It kind of reminded me of Babe, but I was like, is this going to be a Babe sequel? Where's the descendant?
I
of
thought it
Babe?
was going to be like a Babe sequel or remake. So I mean, yeah, it took me by surprise in that way. I thought it was cute. But I guess it's coming out Mother's Day, so it's especially probably a kids and family movie.
Mother's Day, of course. Yeah, well, I will definitely bring my children. It seems really cute because it leans heavily into promoting reading. So if a sheep can read a book, so can you, children.
Yes.
And the real head case says, sorry, it immediately sent me here. Nice to meet you, ladies. I think we've talked before on other channels. Yeah, I think so. And it's good to see you here, the real head case. And let's bring back Tiger Stripes and see. We
Will it
have
work
an
this
all
time?
girl
Can
channel.
you
This
hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my
hello.
God. I am not a techie
Da-da-da-da.
girl. I'm not a technical girl. I've done everything I know. Oh my God. Hello. Hey, Jamie Lynn. Nice to meet you,
Jamie
Anna
Lynn here,
Antenna.
is here. Yeah, Jamie
Nice
Lynn
to meet
was
Jamie Lynn.
what Jamie Lynn was in the chat for my Rocky and Bullwinkle show,
Yeah.
which you were on the panel for, and she still has the subtext there for that. Girls, 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 says Cronus. Yeah, that's right. This
That's
is
right.
exactly what I want for my Lord of the Rings stream this December, which is the 25th anniversary
That's
of the film
incredible.
release.
My
Of
God.
the film release of Fellowship of the Ring. So I've got to edit the last half of that book because I've got the first
It was
half.
just
of
the
it.
other day.
Mm.
You were there in theaters, right? You've said
Oh,
so
yes.
before.
Oh yes, yeah. Definitely. No, I've been a lifelong fan. You know, since I first read it when I was I a preteen? I might have been a preteen when I read The Hobbit. Yeah, but barely.
I'm a little late on it, but I got there in the end.
That's what
Cheers.
matters.
Cheers, goofy gals. Cronus is so sweet. I don't know. Okay, so what are you into lately, Tiger Stripes? What are you looking forward to this year?
Oh, Leica has a movie coming out called Wildwood, and you know these problems. My whole computer is just little things here and there that are wrong. I need to run some sort of viral program on it or something. Like for instance, Leica has a film coming out in I think October called Wildwood. Their stop motion animation. They made Coraline and many other films. Really looking forward to that. But they always have lots of contests and promos, you know, because it takes them forever to make a movie. And I can't even enter their flipping contest. Just, you know, I go and it's just, this just runs me in a loop. Well, you're not taking cookies. And I go and I push all the buttons and then nothing bloody happens. And I just get circular. So, and then other things have been happening too that just, something's not right. Something's not right.
Okay,
I know. I'm
okay.
just sort of, I'm sorry. I'm so stressed. I've been.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you.
You
I haven't
persevered in the last hour with trying to get the sound to work.
It was work. I haven't seen Project Hail Mary yet, so spoilers, kids. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to it.
We're trying, and we've succeeded so far to not spoil Project Hail
that's
Mary for the
brilliant.
past 3
I like
hours.
the Gosling. I like the baby goose.
Oh,
He's super
yeah.
cute.
He is right,
Yes,
right? I
yes,
had no
he is.
question
He's-
to come
yes.
watch this movie because I love him. He's adorable. So that was like adorable man in a spacesuit. I'm there, and then the
Yeah.
movie was actually good.
Oh,
I was curious, since I have read the book before, would I be able to see Gosling as the character of Ryland Grace, or would I just see him as Gosling? And I feel his performance was really good, and he did disappear into the character really well. I wasn't thinking about him as Gosling much at all.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's what
He
you
was
want.
really great at projecting his emotion to the points of the story. And hopefully I believe that still after I read the book, because that's something sometimes that colors your opinion of a movie, but of course the movie's never going to be the same. And the fact that so many people who have read it are saying that this is still a very good movie tells me how great it is. Is that the movie with the rock monster? Yeah, his name is Rocky. Well, his name is probably some kind of musical tone that we can't really understand. But yeah, because he also has a lady friend or a partner friend, which he also describes as a musical tone, but it gets translated into human speech because of Ryan Gosling's efforts in communication, which is wonderful. That's one of my favorite things in science fiction is understanding other people.
Did you ever see
and
Arrival?
other aliens. Arrival.
Yes.
2016.
It's a good film.
Oh, it's
not yet, not yet.
haunting. I found that film haunting. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I still can't stop thinking about it to this day.
It's a really good linguistics film from that perspective.
Yes, but also the other elements. I don't want to spoil it if no one here has seen it besides me and Anna.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
But go for it.
Yeah. No, if you want, we should talk about it after we've all seen it. And I need to watch it again someday, but I have, like I said, haunting.
Well, and also, so speaking of Dune, it's directed by Denis Villeneuve also.
Oh yeah, I've only seen the first Dune. I haven't seen the second one yet, much less the third. Is he going to do all three?
Yes.
It's a tetralogy, isn't it, or quadrology, or tetralogy? I used to know those words. When there's more than a trilogy, there's like a new word.
Yeah, that's true. Old Man Bird says, but do they show Ryan's abs for the ladies?
I jolly well hope so. But it's okay if they don't. It's okay.
I just don't objectify people in that way, so I don't remember. But he looks great. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah,
he looks good. He looks really good.
Just as a person, everything I've seen him say, and he is so charming. It hurts. It hurts to listen to him sometimes. When he did La La Land, he had somebody was interviewing him, and he said, "Here's the thing. Here's what drives me crazy. We were doing a routine, him and Emma Stone, and the choreographers kept telling him, finish the movement, because that's a thing that you do with your hand where you really extend your fingers, and you kind of point them up a little and tip them up. Because if you drop it and it's kind of flat, they call that spatula hands." And he said, I just couldn't be bothered, and I thought I was doing my own thing, and so I didn't listen to them. And then, of course, which picture do they choose for the poster? They choose the one where he's got spatula hands. He says, and now it drives me crazy every time I see that freaking poster, and it's blown up on billboards, and there I am with my spatula hands because he didn't listen. So he's so charming.
I never knew that. I have to pull up the poster now to see what you mean. That's so neat.
Yeah, he's really amazing. Yeah, I'm happy him and his lovely wife Eva Mendes, also an excellent actress, had the kids and did the whole thing. And he also said, for instance, that the director of Barbie was really petitioning him to be Ken, and he just couldn't really decide. And she's like, "No, you're perfect for it. This is what we need for the film." And he's like, "Well, I have to think about it." And he kind of went out into the backyard, and his kids had been playing with their Barbie and Ken, and the Barbies were all kind of sitting around, like with tea or something, and Ken was face down, and they have a fruit tree in the backyard, like a grapefruit tree, and Ken was face down, and his head was smushed in like half a grapefruit. And he kind of looked at it and said, "Yes, that's the perfect analogy for men and women right now." And so he texted her back and said, "Yes." He sent her the photo of Ken with his face in the grapefruit and said, "Yes, I will be your Ken." So
I like how that was the deciding factor.
Yes, that was his deciding
Well, and
factor.
he was basically the best part of that movie.
It's funny. He won. It's like if it's the battle between men and women, the war between men and women, he won without even trying. He was the best part of that
What do you think about the phenomenon where a lot of men say that, like, in every role, like Ryan Gosling's literally me, and lots of guys, at least they say that they really get attached to each new Ryan Gosling role and each new sort of personality that he exhibits.
Well, I think that's good in a way, right? I'm grieving Nicholas Brendon right now, who died yesterday, who was Xanda Harris in Buffy. I don't know if that meant anything to you, Jill, because you were the perfect age to be into Buffy at the time. You were their age. Or the age that the characters were supposed to be.
But I didn't get around to watching it.
Didn't get into Buffy. That's too, yeah. I was a huge Buffy fan. But Nicholas Brendon, of course, was very active in the fan community. I mean, he had his own personal demons. I don't know too much about that. I've just read a little, but haven't really dug deep into it. But he was saying that so many guys came up to him and said, thank you for making being a dork cool, for making being a nerd cool, because I never would have gotten laid in high school if it wasn't for you. And he said, I wonder how many children were born because I made being a jerk cool. So there's that aspect too, the guys who identify really with all of the different characters.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. The only thing that made me want to see it was when I grew up and my sister wanted to go see, they wanted to go see Twilight, and I was like, oh, no, I don't. And I did, and I kind of didn't like it. And so that made me want to see Buffy as something that might be better. And
I loved Twilight, so
I know,
I'm a romantic. I know you don't like it.
I don't either, but Scotty does. So it's kind of like
I don't know that. I don't think Scotty really. I don't think Scotty really enjoys Twilight. I don't know what he's about on that.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He
Doubtful.
loves it.
Well, I'll take your word for it because I know that he's your ride or die. So,
yes. What do you think of the Twilight Renaissance that's really happened in the last few years?
Really? I mean, is this something I don't know about? Like new novels?
I feel like it's had just like a fan resurgence of people.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm fairly old as well, of people around my age and older who are nostalgic for 2008 when the first Twilight film came out, or even earlier when the books were coming out, and they really dive into it, and they tend to be people who are perhaps more critical than others of like the flaws in the books, but just really, really love them anyway. And there's huge fan communities, and I think because Midnight Sun was finally the one that was written from Edward's perspective was finally published in 2020, I believe, and that kind of kicked off the Renaissance. But it's been going since, and they have a whole the fans refer to themselves as ratties or rats. I'm not sure where that came from, but there's a whole Twilight Renaissance that's been going on in certain internet corners.
Oh, I wish I was part of it. I'd love to have somebody to discuss Twilight with. I'd considered, I've always wanted to go to Forks now, ever since, I read the book. And I know they have a massive convention there, a whole weekend, or if not a week. That's around Bella's birthday, I forget, which is also Stephanie Meyer's birthday. I believe they share the birthday, of course. So, and I've always wanted to do that, but it's, fabulously expensive. And I mean, you don't just pay to go, you pay for every single living thing, like one of those Star Trek conventions. You pay to turn around, you pay to look at somebody, and I don't know if I can get into that. But yeah, that I did buy the Midnight Sun book to read it from Edward's point of view, even though I knew it was going to happen. I still had to have that. I think the books are pretty well written. And I'll defend that. I think they're as well written as anything else that's a bestseller. And I know at the time everybody was pooping on them, like particularly people who might maybe have been in a point of competition with them, like say Stephen King. And I remember almost every character in Twilight. They're all so memorable. And I can't say that about Stephen King's work. He's not big on the character development. He's good on the plots, but
I don't know. I got really deep
into
The Stand. The Stand had some pretty deep characters. that I got into.
I think he lucked out on that. That is true. The Stand has some good Trash Can Man. Gotta love that crazy guy.
Anyway, yeah, no, I can't defend Twilight. I can't get into it. I don't think that she's very good at paint. She's not good at painting a picture of the environment. I don't feel like I'm in there.
Oh boy, I'm sorry. And that's one of the things too is people always say, well, the movie's never like the book. I'm like, Twilight is. All of those movies are straight out of the book. They were so faithful.
I'll give you that.
They were
I'll give you that because
remarkably
they just stare at each other deeply into each other's eyes. And
and all the dialogue and the interactions between the characters. Oh, it's just...
Are you Team Edward or Team Jacob, or which were you at the time?
Edward forever.
And I only tried to get into it for my sister. I like Jacob, and then Stephanie Meyer decided to character assassinate Jacob by making him kind of like a pedo who wanted that baby. And he had like
I don't think he wanted the baby, but he bonded. That's out of his control. It's kind of like, and I can kind of dig that. I mean, he's part animal, and people always, like, I've known so many people who say, oh, well, cats and dogs just come to me. I just bond with animals. They just find me and I take them home. And that has never happened to me. And I can't even bond with human beings. So he couldn't help it. It just happened. I don't know that he wanted her sexually. He just felt, when he bonded with her the way a dog will bond with a person, and then that dog protects you. I have had one dog that bonded with me on site, a friend's dog that was it was remarkable. I had friends who owned a bookstore, and I went in, and somebody had found Carmen, who was mostly an Irish setter, running loose in a park, which happens a lot in LA. People let their animals go when they move and that kind of horrible thing. They tried to find owners and nobody ever showed up. So the first time I met her was in the bookstore, and she kind of ran up to me and she pulled her upper lip back, which was really terrifying. And I took a step back and I said, "What is she doing?" And Lydia said, "She's smiling." I'm like, oh, she's smiling at me. And she adored me. But by and large, that doesn't happen to me. But I'm very jealous of people who do bond, who do have that link, that, that thing. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess it's just not my thing. But Old Man Bird says The Notebook was written by Guy. Love the scene where Rachel McAdams faints. Thought about paying Jill to review it, but it's not her kind of thing. I can like romance sometimes, but
one of these days we're going to have to do an Austen movie. We're going to have to do Pride, Ampersand, Prejudice, or Sense and Sensibility or something.
Which Pride and Prejudice? Which adaptation?
Ampersand, I think, is the first one I saw, surprisingly.
Which year?
That was Keira Knightley.
Okay, 2005.
Yes. You're very good with the numbers. That's good.
Well, because everyone refers, there's the 95 Pride and Prejudice, there's the 2005 one, there's the one they're coming out with later this year, which will be a TV series.
Yes.
And then there's I actually grew up watching the BBC 1980 miniseries.
All my friends are hip to that. I never saw it, but I know that's the one that's, people of my generation, that's their Pride and Prejudice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but had I read it before? I don't even know if I had read it before I saw, but the 05 one is Pride Ampersand. They don't spell out the word "and." There's just an ampersand, so I always call it Ampersand Prejudice. Yeah, but that's my Pride and Prejudice, Mister.
Okay. There is actually a show coming out right now, an adaptation of a book, because of course Austen's works have spawned a lot of people writing within her cinematic universe, or her literary universe. So there's a book published a few years ago that I've not read, The Other Bennet Sister, that focuses on Mary, and kind of it follows a little bit the story of Pride and Prejudice, and then kind of after, and explores Mary's flaws. And there is a series coming out right now. It came out, like 5 episodes of it dropped about 3-4 days ago, and then the other 5 will come out next month. So a 10-episode series that I think will just cover the whole story of the other Bennet sister. And I've watched the first 4 episodes of it, and I was pretty impressed.
Oh, wow. This has to be British, huh?
It is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wow, I'll have to. The other Bennett sister. I'll have to go look for that. Thank you.
And so
Wow,
they've
that's amazing.
gotten an actress
Poor Mary.
for Mary, who is, I guess, like, she's a pretty actress, but you would say they've made her properly homely in this.
Mhm.
And so you can really get the sense that, like, they've really, like, Mary is a flawed character. She is not very, she's kind of silly, and she kind of has, one of her big flaws is that she tries to be very erudite, and she considers her reading and being literary, so that's what makes her better than her sisters, except she's actually not as literary as she thinks she is, and she's not particularly accomplished in any other way, and she's kind of putting it on as a facade, and that's something that's actually criticized in Pride and Prejudice. But at the same time, like Elizabeth, who's the point of view character of the original novel, also has her flaws, and Elizabeth can be really unfair and sometimes overly biting in her criticisms of her family. And I think this show captures all of that dynamic really well. None of the characters are flawed. None of the characters are perfect. They're all flawed in interesting ways. None of them are bad either. They're just trying to do their best. So I recommend that miniseries if you're interested.
Sounds incredible. Thank you. Thank you. The other Bennett sister. Yeah, poor Mary. She's so socially graceless. She's that kind of person who's a try-hard, but she just doesn't have the confidence to pull it off. She's but she's the baby. No, she's not the baby. She's a middle sister, right? And
she's definitely overlooked.
They say middle children have it hard, they say.
Right. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But no, I haven't read any of these books, but you guys make it sound very fascinating. Maybe I'll get into that at some point, because
if you read any Austen, Pride and Prejudice is a good one. My brother read it and I was like, holy crap, like, I'm in love with Mr. Darcy. And a lot of people
Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective's here. Hello, Tommy.
Oh, Tommy.
Hey, Tommy.
Get back.
Yeah, and there was another movie too, just about sort of a pseudo biography of the Austen sisters, where one of them, just sort of accuses Jane of writing impossible men who are impossibly good, men who are so, above the cut that there's no way a real man could ever be that exemplary, so
what do
setting
you mean by
too high
writing?
of a standard.
Like creating characters that are too
ideal. Writing.
Yes.
Creating them. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Actually writing the character of particularly of Mr. Darcy. So
Sci-Fi Snob says Ryan Gosling is basically me, but less good looking.
Well then, let's have a look at you. We'll be the judge of that.
Right?
Yes.
I know. That's why I wanted to read that. Yes, you're more than welcome to join us. I keep putting the public link in the chat.
Yes.
You want to hang out?
Yes,
Here you are.
We can all be the horn cats for a change.
Mm-hmm. And that's a Voyager. I'm a Mission Impossible man, says Cronus.
The movies, I assume. I've only kind of halfway watched one of those on the telly once, I'm afraid. I don't know why.
Hello to Nim Nim Nim
Num num num
Nim.
num. Dunistan. Oh, dear. Now. Come on now. Have you had your coffee yet? Num 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 num.
Yes. Reprobates. I love when he says that.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with considering myself a rebel. And that's kind of considered quite controversial these days. A planer. I think we all could use a planer now and then.
Like the woodworking tool?
I think it must be. I think I have a little planer somewhere around here, but it's a small one for hand pieces, not a big one for proper work. And why did I buy myself a planer? I have no idea. Something to do with crafts, I suppose.
Do you do a lot of crafts, like woodworking crafts?
I have, oh no, that's the thing. What I have is aspirational clutter. I aspire to be crafty, and then I am not.
Yeah, you have ideas for projects, but you don't get around to them. I do that.
Exactly.
So, so we're welcoming somebody new to the panel, never before seen on my stream. Hello and welcome to Headcase. Headcase. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you ladies hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
How's it going?
Hi.
Hi.
Usually I do Admiral Teague, Price of Reason, and
Price of Reason. I love Price of Reason.
yeah. So I just wanted to, come on. You invited someone, so I said, hey.
Cool. I like that you're giving your bona fides. You're giving us your CV as you come in.
Sure. So what's been interesting you lately? What have you seen lately, or what are you looking forward to?
One of the best things I've seen recently was Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't know if you guys watched that, but
very tempting. I don't have HBO, but I'm considering subscribing just to watch it because everybody's raving. It's got to be good.
It's really good. There's no messages. It's just a night story about him having a little sidekick, and it's just like cute, and he's a huge knight, and you can't help but love it. It's a beloved story.
Okay, but the problem is, so Game of Thrones did not end on a very good note. It was very
You
bad.
don't have to think about that at all to enjoy A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Not at all. You can think of it as a completely isolated story.
It is a prequel, after all.
It's a very simple story. It's just so simple and straightforward, but the action is amazing, and it really tugs at your heart. It really does.
And Game of Thrones was incredible for how many years until that last year? I mean, it was amazing.
The last couple of years. When they just did fast travel.
Well, they threw George under the bus. There clearly was some sort of issue there. And so they were on their own that last year. And it's kind of funny.
D&D basically decided that they got this deal to do Star Wars and decided to rush through the rest of Game of Thrones, which was
and where's their Star Wars movie?
Yes, where's your Star Wars now?
Exactly. Yeah.
However, I think that George has a better ending in mind. It's kind of obvious, who really should be on the throne at the end. So I think that's where he's going to go if he finishes the bloody book. But
there's multiple books.
And that's a whole nother story.
Just the one is enough. He doesn't really have to do two. Just one will be sufficient. I know he wants to do two, but just bloody one.
Winds of Winter would be great.
Yes.
Release Winds of Winter. Dream of Spring. I know will always be a dream.
And that's a really good question. I don't believe I plan on seeing that movie. I have read a few reviews of it and listened to a few people talk about it, and even just the very opening scenes of it make me realize I don't want to see this movie. I do not want to see this version. It's clearly fan fiction. It's got nothing to do with Wuthering Heights. It's fan fiction.
Yeah, that's what I was basically about to say. In case you're listening to this as a radio broadcast rather than a video, you don't know what Nim said.
I'm
What's
sorry.
The panel view on the recent Wuthering Heights movie? And Tiger Stripe says no.
Yes, no thank you. Some things I just say no to. I don't even have to watch them to have an opinion.
It's like 7 Shades of Grey. That's what it is.
I sent an article analyzing the different fluids in the movie. It sounds really gross, and it was not.
No, I think that
they
figure in the film. I mean, they're an actual thing in the film. It's not exactly like Something About Mary, but it is, right? It's just like, no, I don't need to see that. I don't need to watch that. No, thank you.
Also, the costuming's really bad. I'm sorry. It's not that it's out there. I really like costuming, and particularly historical costuming, and I actually do a lot of it myself.
Very important. Excellent.
And
wow.
You can be really out there and wild with your costume designs, like Frankenstein, which of course won the Academy Award for Best Costuming this last week. Catherine Hawley does excellent costumes in every film. But the thing is, they're not truly 1850s costumes in Frankenstein. But what Hawley has done is she's gotten the silhouette right, and she's adhered to that, and then she gets really wild with the fabrics, textures, and accessories. but and then she also breaks a lot of the 1850s fashion rules, but she breaks it mainly with Victor Frankenstein himself. And all of the costuming decisions, all of it informs story and character. All of the gowns that Mia Goth's character wears are all bug themed in different ways that like tie into her character. And costuming should always be informing character and plot, no matter if it's, you know, your fan film or your student film that you're doing on next to no budget. You can still think about costume and think how it relates into character. And unfortunately, the costumes in Wuthering Heights, they aren't consistent for any era, and they don't seem to serve either character or story in any way. A few of them, like the plastic dress, the pink bubble plastic dress that Margot Robbie wears at one point, and everyone's pictures of it.
Plastic.
Like they basically, I mean, and you can use in a period film, you can still use non-period materials and get really creative with it. But in this case, it went as deep as she's supposed to be a gift that he unwraps on the wedding night, and that's it. And I'm like, you can't get any more character out of it than that. Anyway, not good costumes. And so I haven't seen the film. I'm not likely to.
Yeah.
I only would have wanted to watch it because of Christian Bale. I really like him, but I've heard so many bad.
Was in it. Is he playing the father? I assume.
Oh no! Are you thinking of The Bride?
Yes.
Or Wuthering Heights. Yes.
As we're supposed to say, The Bride. The Bride. In capitals with an exclamation point or 3. Yeah. No. I mean, I have to say, Jacob Elordi is super dishy, and yet I refuse to see him as Heathcliff. I can't believe I'm saying that. You'd think that I could make some sort of exception just for those two things together, Jacob Elordi and Heathcliff. But no, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to. Nope.
Yeah, so I do know Wuthering Heights.
And Canadian Spider-Man says, Canadian Spider-Man says, 50 Shades of Frankenstein.
Well, Frankenstein it didn't have much of that, although the meta was a lot of people were thirsting for Jacob Elordi as Frankenstein.
Of course. He's glorious. But then I always thought Karloff was super sexy as Frankenstein, so I'm just an odd girl that way. I just am.
He also says Jack London's The Sea Wolf starring Charles Bronson and Christopher Reeve was spot on.
Oh.
Line from the book.
Brilliant. That's what I want. That's what I want in a movie. I do. They can cut it back if they have to, but when they start putting extra stuff in, you're just not. You think you're going to be as good as Jack London? You're not. You think you're going to write as good dialogue as Tolkien? Well, no, you're not. Although some of those lines they came up with are pretty good. But, you think you're going to write it? Yeah, you're not. So stop it. Just parse what's in the book. Just go there and use that, and you'll be fine.
Adapting a screenplay from a book or from something else is such an art, and I can never sing the praises of Lord of the Rings too much, but that's one of the things that they really did. Is there's a fair amount of stuff from the Lord of the Rings films that is written by Philippa Boyens, Fran Welsh, and Peter Jackson as script writers, but a lot of times, even if it was from a character who wasn't included or from a different scene, they would use Tolkien's prose and take lines from one character and give them to other characters or put them in different parts of the book. So it feels very Tolkienian all the way through. And some of the most beautiful lines will be taken from Faramir and given to Gandalf, or from Tom Bombadil and given to Treebeard. And it works really, really well. But
I did notice that when I saw Fellowship this year for the anniversary, that Treebeard read a Tom Bombadil quote, and I thought there was no Tom Bombadil in Fellowship, but there it is.
They were able to get some of his lines in.
And even the things they wrote themselves, they got his phrasing correctly. That there's a particular phrasing and rhythm that he uses that's very poetic, his prose. And I
would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king, is probably the best line that's not from Tolkien's works. Probably the best line written by
I think for me it
Jackson,
would be a wizard is neither late nor early, but arrives precisely. Yes. That one, I think.
Favorite thing that's not in the movie, not in the book, that's in the movies, was Sam's speech in Two Towers. where Frodo's wondering, what he's doing this for. What are they fighting for? And it's beautiful.
It is
beautiful. That's a really good one for just studying how to adapt a screenplay, because the Two Towers is that middle child. It's, the 3 novels were written kind of as one huge long novel by Tolkien and had to be split for publishing reasons. But like that doesn't work for feature films that are releasing one year after another. So how do you start and end a story in the middle of a story? How do you tie together all the disparate storylines? How do you have that apotheosis at the end of it? And that's where just because in this case the structure of a film doesn't lend itself perfectly to the book you're adapting, and that's where the scriptwriters have to step in and know when they have to put their own words in that they've written themselves, and they have to be really good to do it.
And then
that's a really hard thing to do when it comes to the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Those books are so good. They are so good when you read them in real life. You get sucked in. I've even so I was in treatment before, and I let somebody borrow The Hobbit book my dad gave me, and 4 or 5 people read the book, and they were just stuck. Like they were coming off addictions, and they were just stuck on the book, and they got through like days worth of problems. Just reading The Hobbit. The books are so amazing. It's really, really hard to put that into a film. And they did the best they could. I don't know about The Hobbit, but The Lord of the Rings were really good.
It still could have been a little better, Lord of the Rings, and of course The Hobbit. We won't go into The Hobbit. What is it? Two Towers that starts with Gandalf fighting the Balrog, right? Which is amazing because that's only described in the book, not shown. It's Gandalf says, "Long time I fell," and so then you see him falling literally. They're going from that statement of his and then just showing you. It was amazing. It's amazing.
It's the difficult thing for adaptation again is like
adaptation.
How do you show a magical fight between Gandalf and a Balrog? Because of course Gandalf describes in the book, he fell into the deep places of the world where there are creatures down there that gnaw the earth that even Sauron does not know, and he was so afraid that he had to cling to the heel of the Balrog to go back up into the halls that Durin's people had built, and then they find Durin's stair and go to the top, and he says, I smote down my enemy and cast down my enemy, smote his ruin upon the mountainside. But because the magic system is vague enough, how do you represent that visually in a visual medium? How do you see
when you're reading it, you believe it when you're reading it, but when you're watching it, you have to question it for some reason.
And my wonderful husband bought me a Lord of the Rings calendar, and of course,
lovely.
Who's the illustrator?
He was not the first person to encounter a Balrog. Let me go get it. I'll go get it, and I don't know. I'll be right back.
I'm rereading The Fellowship right now. I'm 3/4 of the way through in French for the first time, and it's
in French.
In French.
Ooh la la! That's very admirable.
I can't get enough of the books and the films. They're just.
I'm impressed you can read
the books
French.
Are so good.
I could read it. I mean, I can read it phonetically, but can I comprehend it? I don't know about that. I guess that's how you learn, isn't it? By reading.
But a head case, going back to what you said about Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, I also second that. It's a really, really good series. And
it's so straightforward.
It's so straightforward.
Well, it's a little more than straightforward, isn't it? Because Egg actually is somebody important.
Well, yes.
Down the line, yes.
But ultimately, in a way, it's a lot like the feelings that you get from watching Project Hail Mary, although with a lot more, language and such. But the focus, the core of this TV show is the relationship between these two unlikely characters, these two unlikely friends, and seeing their dynamic. And that dynamic has to be absolutely nailed. And it's done so perfectly as between Duncan, this massive knight, and Egg, this small boy.
Duncan the tall.
Yes. Peter Claffey's like 5'6" or something crazy, the actor who plays.
No, he's just like 7'6".
Is he that big?
No, he's very huge. human
And they've
being.
gotten Dexter and
Well, 7'6" is freakishly tall. He's probably
That's how big he is.
6'4", 6'6".
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. 6'7" is what he is. 6'7". Fuck that.
That's unusually tall.
But much like with Project Hail Mary, where my friend described it, it's kind of like cooperation porn. It's like you feel awesome about like seeing people work together. You kind of get the same feeling from seeing the relationship between Dunk and Egg.
Ah.
And it has excellent horse work, which I always love to see. I own horses, I ride horses, and it's part of my research.
My gosh, you are really
I
talented.
as just a regular
Holy
male,
gee,
I
you
cried.
own horses? That's rather an expensive hobby. I mean, because they've got to be fed.
They do eat lots
and then
of
you're
money,
constantly grooming them.
It's not so expensive to own horses where I am in the U.S.
That's good.
As a very short show, they
I mean,
really
the horse
tug at your
themselves aren't
heartstrings.
expensive. It's all the stuff.
It's their medical care when they
Yes.
try to off themselves every other week.
Oh,
my
no,
gosh.
boy,
Was this
I
Alan
can
Lee's
tell you horror
calendar?
stories.
Yeah, this is Alan Lee. That is it.
And
This
he was
calendar is
one of
Alan
the
Lee.
visual designers for the films, one of the two. And so Lord of the Rings the films look the way they do because of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he was illustrating Lord of the Rings before they started planning the film, right? I mean, he's been illustrating Lord of the Rings for a very long time.
That was why he was selected.
Yes, yes.
These
And
are
this
beautiful.
calendar is why I realized Glorfindel was with the Balrog too. So this is the continuing journey of chapter 1 from the original tale. None of this is from the Lord of the Rings book. And so it's very illuminating to me to have this calendar because I have not read
Silmarillion.
Yeah, I haven't read the Silmarillion or any of the Lord of the Rings material.
The appendices are really fascinating. They really are. They're worth reading.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. And then you can surprise all your friends with the knowledge from Appendix F that Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins, that's not their actual name. Smeagol's not actually called Smeagol. It's all translations. No one's ready for
Right. Merry and Pippin
Baggins'
also.
name.
Everybody.
It's Arla Bingi.
Yes.
And that Smeagol is Trahald.
Wow. And Arwen's very sad ending.
Oh, and hello to Lenrod. What do we have going on here? Well, we're just hanging out tonight.
Confab.
I think I'll be going for maybe another hour and then I'll be done. But thank you so much for hanging out, Lenrod. Rings of Power. Oh no, I didn't make more than 2 episodes into that. What are your thoughts on that?
I know one of the 2 writers. I know Patrick
Wow.
McKay. I went to school with his younger siblings. And so I spoke to him several times before Rings of Power came out, and I was really excited. And his, kind of slightly corporate response to me was, Tolkien's left us many gifts. We're going to get to see a lot of that in adaptation. I haven't spoken to him since Rings of Power season 1 aired, because he lives now in London with his family. But it wasn't what I would have hoped. It's a pity.
I haven't even tried it because it just doesn't smell right from a distance. And,
and I watched 2 episodes. I wanted it to be good.
I cannot let things into my brain that don't smell right. I just don't have room in there
That's
anymore.
right. You didn't do that with Star Trek either. You didn't watch any of the filth, did you? Like, how much did you watch?
I
You
think
didn't watch one
that they
episode.
put a little of Picard on broadcast to kind of try to entice people. And I turned it on at one point, like in the middle, and kind of went, yeah, no, after like about 3 minutes. So no, I haven't watched any of Kurtzman Trek. No.
Yeah, that is the right.
It's going
move.
downhill fast.
Yeah, but I'm too demented to stay away. But
well,
hopefully,
you're committed. You want to, you want to understand what you're talking about. And me, I just don't care. If I don't, if I'm not committed, I just can't spend the time.
I'm too in love with the franchise itself. I'm just hoping somebody will release it from its hostage situation.
I hear you. If they came out with a Tron show today, I would watch it. I wouldn't even care, even though the last movie sucked. like if they came out with a Tron show and they said all the woke things were going to be in it, I'd still watch it. So I feel you.
You watched Tron Uprising?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's I love it. I love everything Tronics. I still even love Ares because Nine Inch Nails. It was really hard. It's just so you ladies know, it was really hard for men because we got Nine Inch Nails thrown in our face with a badass soundtrack, and then they just gave us a garbage movie. Ew, it was a bait and switch.
You got a good album out of it, at least.
Yeah,
that's something.
So yeah, so I
Gene
feel
Bird
you
says-
when you'll watch something. If you love the franchise, you'll just watch all of it. You just don't care. You have to. Yeah,
That's
you
true.
just cope. You know.
Yeah, I did like Tron, the second movie. It was like, okay, that was the height of 3D cinema, and so I kind of got a headache, and I was like, okay, this is fine. But I haven't seen the third one yet. Old Man Bird says they're making a movie about Smeagol, right? They are.
Yes.
They are. It's
Yes.
kind of strange because it's in between.
The Hunting
It's
of
in bet-
Gollum.
Yeah, the Hunting of Gollum comes
Yes.
before we destroy
Yes.
the ring, obviously.
They've cast a new Aragorn, and I'm like, I think I'm out. If it ain't Vigo, I don't think I can go. I go
can't.
Vigo.
They can't pick Vigo because he's
I go,
too old.
you go, we all go for Vigo.
He is Vigo as Aragorn.
Yeah.
One of the hottest men there ever was. So I get it.
He's so lovely. My God. I guess, do I have any disappointment in Vigo? Yes, my disappointment is that he hadn't read the book, that his son talked him into taking the role, which is kind of amazing. I assumed he was a reader, and, and if you're a reader, don't you read things that are sort of classics just to have the knowledge? And no, he has no interest in fantasy. So, I mean, some people don't.
But
Yeah, that happened with Lord of the Rings.
And
He's an
what's
excellent
that?
a horseman. Yeah, back to the horses. Yes,
Yeah,
he
what's his
also adopted
Shatner?
his horse, right?
He
And-
adopted several of them. I think you asked that once on Lance's stream. And
I think
yes,
I think Shatner is the reason why I'm interested in this kind of thing. I'm not really into horses myself, but I like the fact that Shatner is, and so that
We're never
extends
into
to
horses.
everybody.
Girls usually go through a horses phase.
Yeah, no, I was
when
a
you're
dinosaur.
a preteen, when one's
I
a
was in-
preteen.
I was in the dinosaur phase, but there were no actual
okay.
dinosaurs to ride. Anyway,
Yeah, no, I do think Vigo adopted Brago, his horse.
yeah. So Uraeus is the horse who played Brago, and he purchased Uraeus. And then, of course, Florian is the horse who played Asfalath, which is the one who Arwen rides. And he bought Florian for Jane Abbott, who was Arwen's stunt double. And and then he also bought Kenny, who's that chestnut horse who plays Hasselfeld that he rides in the second film. And then Vigo also purchased the smaller Bill the pony because of the scale thing. They had two Bills the pony. And they he spent most of his time with the smaller one because he's the big guy. And the hobbits spent their time with the larger one. And so he bought those 4 horses and kept them all at Jane's ranch in New Zealand. She and her husband, Ray Lenehan, he was a veterinarian on the film because like everyone in New Zealand worked on the Lord of the Rings films.
Of course.
So unfortunately, all of those horses have now passed away. It's been 25 years.
25 years.
And horses don't generally live that long. And like
Yeah.
Uraeus, Brago was 14 at
Hey,
the
what's
time.
up, Eminem?
But yeah, anyway, he's a true horseman, that actor.
Yeah,
and
that's lovely. Very generous.
The horses made the film, like the horse work made the film. And I love that in the film appendices, there's a tribute to how difficult it was for all of the writers. Because, you can't reason with horses. It's one of the hardest things to do is to film a movie with them. You can't just tell them what to do.
yeah, right. Yeah, there are certain instances where they need to be near fire, but obviously they don't want to be near fire. So you have to use mirrors. You have to use tricks around horses to get the
like
shots you
those
want.
ghosts or all of the camera tricks they do.
Oh, and have you had your coffee yet? Oh, this is so
Nim, Nim.
distressing.
It is distressing, but it's part of the cultural thing that's happening these days.
Culture
And
wars. Yeah.
The UK government prevent program for risk-based assessment focusing on extremism.
The war
has
on
flagged-
Western culture.
Yes, it has flagged Tolkien, and
Which has
George
brought us
Orwell.
this far. It's brought us this far.
This
It
guy's
really
from
has.
some of my channels. Like I know him from
Yeah.
around the way.
Oh no, we love
Yeah. Yeah, apparently
I just get concerned because when wakes up, he's very political and he seems to be kind of, diving, going, just dive bombing, and I'm like, pull back on the stick, buddy. Come on.
But
Lift
wait
your
a
chin.
minute.
It'll be all
wait a
right.
minute.
It will be
Token
all
and
right. I don't know that it will be all right, but I'm going to say that it will be all right.
Yeah. Token and George Orwell was flagged as of concern, but George Orwell has always been, that's always been a target for people who want to censor books.
Yeah,
and
because
Token's just being added to that somehow.
And yet I feel that a lot of the people, the movers and shakers, the billionaire boys cabal, club, as I like to call them, are actually taking a page from these books, which really weren't meant to be primers. They were meant to be what you're not supposed to do, like 1984.
Right. They're not supposed to be in 1984 or Brave New World or not instruction manuals.
Exactly. And yet.
George Orwell went to Spain to fight fascism with the real gun and took a sniper bullet to his throat for fighting for the socialists. Now considered a right-wing problem by the UK. Wow.
I don't know.
That's amazing.
Right when I said that too.
I'm just gobsmacked. It's not amazing like in the word amazing. It's just I need another word.
It's
so appalling.
Gobsmacked is a good one. Yeah.
It's just
that's it.
Oh my God. Where are we going?
Well, Nimrod likes to remind us where we're going.
Well, NMM lives in the UK, and it's got to be kind of grim there. My heart goes out to people in the UK. That's my heritage. I always wanted to go, and now I don't know that I ever will be able to.
So
I don't think
what don't they
there's a
have
there anymore?
What don't they have that we have? Like you sound like you are a little bit informed there. I don't know. Tell us.
The word is that the police show up for things that you post online.
Oh yeah, I see.
Well, and they turn a blind eye to crimes that are being committed by newly arrived migrants. And again, this is just what I see and read.
Me too. Yes, just what you said.
I've seen opposite. I don't live there. I don't know. I don't see it. And I always wanted to go to London. I wanted to go to these places. But, I know that when I hear that they've moved as many migrants as there are occupants of a small town into that small town, that's just mind-blowing for me. I know that I used to enjoy a show that was all about people moving to the country in England. People who, had, small townhouses in the city that were very valuable. And so they were going to sell that and then go buy a house in the countryside in England. And I always loved watching that show, thinking, oh my gosh, what a dream that would be, how wonderful that would be. And then how horrible would it be if your culture is completely swamped by the government moving in as many people as there already are in a town. And again, Jill doesn't like
kind of how we are in the U.S.
See what you've
right
done
now?
to me. You've sent me down this dark path. Well, no, we're not anywhere near that in the U.S. Not where I live anyway.
Is it worse there?
In a small town in England? I imagine so, yes.
I actually don't know. I'm just asking questions is all. I was like, so yes, you're right. Like I've always wanted to move to London. I feel like they're so proper.
I don't know about moving there. That
was
like a teenage dream.
Fair enough. I've always wanted to visit there because I find that they're so proper, and I like the accents and things. And so to hear that they're having trouble now, just like us, is kind of crazy.
And I don't know what's going on in the chat. Canadian Spider-Man says, we all live in a yellow submarine. Len Rod replies, we all live in a yellow buoyancy-controlled ballast tank and hull.
Oh, no,
it's
no
like, but you can't put that in a song, Len Rod. We all live in a yellow buoyancy-controlled
submarine
tank and hull. A buoyancy-controlled ballast tank and hull. That's
no Project Hail Mary spoilers, but there's a fun Beatles moment in that movie.
Oh, good. Yes. No spoilers.
Which is in the book.
Oh, that's lovely.
In the book too?
There's a number of science fiction novels that are really excellent that have references to Beatles songs, because Beatles songs are just so evocative. And, if you reference them in a book, it just takes your mind to a particular place. I know that there's a point in Lathe of Heaven where one of the characters is singing along to a Beatles song at some point. That's Ursula K. Le Guin. And it's just so evocative.
Oh, right. Yeah, she's a great author.
Mm-hmm.
It's a freaky movie when you watch it for the first time.
Lathe of Heaven?
No, Yellow Submarine.
Oh, Yellow Submarine. Oh, Yellow Submarine is wonderful. Yeah. I just rewatched it a few years back, and I had not watched it in a long time. I don't know why I stayed away from Pepperland for so long, because it's wonderful. So wonderful. Yes.
Have you guys ever gone to a festival of animation?
I have, in my day.
Yeah, those are really good and frightening at the same time.
Yes. I know the first lines of Yellow Submarine. Woe is me. Liverpool can be a lonely place on a Saturday night, and this is only Thursday evening. So something like that. It might be Thursday morning. But woe is me.
Well,
darling Ringo.
Speaking of woe is me, Shatner released a video with PETA, and I got kind of some questions about PETA, but I love Shatner, and I want to share this video just to see what it is.
Yes, please.
If you guys don't mind.
Not at
I'm
all.
gonna play it.
Not even a little.
And if I have to clip it out for any reasons later, I might clip it out. So just to warn me in the future, if I have to remove it, I will. But we're going to play it now just to see what it is. I'm curious.
Shatner, and I just want to say that PETA is terrific. The animals that took millions of years, in some cases billions of years, to evolve and be part of the environment, they're dying because of man. It is really bad. It's tragic. This beautiful planet that is so gorgeous and so interconnected, we're killing it. And we have a chance to stop that. We have the science to stop it. And we must clean up our act now before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I have trouble with the last one. That's where I have trouble.
Yeah. No, I knew when it said PETA that was going to be a problem.
Yes. I have no problem with anything else there.
Yeah, no, and it's all true. Like, even if you are an omnivore and you adhere to your biological function as an omnivore and need to eat meat, it is important to realize that, yes, there are some destructive things we're doing to obtain that and something we can do to fix it. But
well, I mean, last I checked, nobody was eating tigers and elephants, and I'm much more concerned about them than I am all of the domesticated animals that we do consume. So that's a little ridiculous.
I found it interesting that PETA was talking, well, the message that he had was about how millions and billions of years of evolution created these animals that live in the biosphere, and then they show a very selectively bred domestic chicken.
Yes.
And then they show very
cows.
Selectively bred cows running
Yes.
through rangelands, and cows as we have them now, those black Angus cows you saw, are not native to any rangelands.
Oh, no.
And they don't just naturally live in the environment like that. And then they showed some cows in a feedlot, and it's like the cows that you just saw running through the rangeland are no more natural to that environment than the cows in the feedlot, and they're no more a product of just natural evolution. But PETA sometimes doesn't know the difference between hundreds of years of selectively bred domestic animals versus animals in a biosphere. Anyway.
Yeah, they are not terribly bright for people who are, supposed to be science focused. And, the sad thing is that extinction is the rule. It is not the exception. It is the rule. And yes, it would be lovely if we could stop species from going extinct. I think we should dedicate ourselves to that. But it's the rule. And it's been the rule for billions of years. And I don't know how you curve that one when it's the rule.
God gave us all the vegetables and the animals.
I know.
To be able to use.
I know Shatner eats chicken and fish at least. I don't know about the rest of it.
Yeah, I wondered because I didn't think he was a vegan. And so I wonder, it does feel a little bit manipulative because they didn't have him saying anything. They didn't have his message about veganism. They just had him saying this kind of general message about how we need to do better. And I was like, where are they going to go with this? And then they put the please go vegan. And I wondered.
Yeah. He also
I hope they didn't
good.
misinform
You know what I
him.
mean? Maybe that's an AI bill. Maybe that's not our bill. Because he looked awfully good.
He wouldn't let anybody use his image.
Unless he's gone on the Ozempic. He looked a little too good.
I mean, I think it was actually him. I just wondered if he was fully aware that they were that it was a veganism act. And I just wonder why they got him specifically, because Jill would know better, but it doesn't seem like he's vegan.
It doesn't feel like him to me.
It's not something he's done before.
No, he has maybe some vegetarianism ideas, but he does eat he eats normally, obviously. I don't know.
He looked really good in that footage.
He loves cheese, so he's definitely not vegan.
Most people at PETA don't think you should ride horses. They don't consider it vegan. Keeping horses for any reason.
What do you ladies think?
Bad. And I'm pretty sure Shatner likes to keep and ride his horses.
Yes,
that's why he's alive, in my opinion.
By him.
It's good for your core.
Mm-hmm.
So on his birthday, I'm wondering what they're doing to him. What's going on there? Didn't North America have no horses until Europeans introduced them? Yeah, that's right.
Don't know about that. I get confused about that.
My research focuses entirely on this. I could give the really short answer, but I don't want to derail.
Oh no, tell us.
Horses evolved from about 60 million years ago. They evolved right here in North America because grasslands that we had during the last glacial maximum, it was a steppe environment. It was perfect for horses and other large megafauna, and then horses eventually, or their ancestors rather, traveled to Eurasia over, as far as we can tell, a land bridge that existed during glaciation when the sea levels were a little lower, and they did really well there. But these horses, including some really massive ones, went extinct at the end of the Ice Age in North America, about 12,000 years ago. There was one gigantic one called Equus giganteus that went extinct as well. And horses, as far as we're aware, have not been reintroduced until 1600s with Spanish conquistadors. So it's especially Iberian Spanish type horses that are the ancestors of modern feral Mustangs that we have in North America. And there's been some recent research showing that the horses that spread across North America maybe were introduced a little bit earlier than thought, like by a century or so. But for that gap between the last ice age and about 1550 to 1600, no horses in North America. And there will be some people who will say this or that. They'll look at rock art and say this four-legged animal looks like a horse to me, but there's no solid evidence archaeologically for horses before then. But that doesn't mean that it won't turn up. There's always a possibility that really solid evidence for horses during that gap could be found in the future.
Neat.
That is
sorry to turn off the archaeologist brain.
Don't be sorry about
we're
that.
We're talking critters because of the whole PETA thing. I like my heart breaks because they won't allow elephants into the United States anymore, and so there's going to come a time, sometime soon. Say that again. They don't allow elephants to be imported into the United States anymore. So there'll be a time within our lifetimes probably where there won't be any more elephants in the United States. And in the meantime, there'll be many Asian elephants that are being maltreated, and there's no room for them because of the population explosion in India. And it would be lovely if they had a place to go and if they could come here. But they're not going to do that.
That's why there weren't any elephants at the circus when I took my kids this past year.
Oh no, they've done away with those quite a while ago. I'm afraid it's very sad. I mean,
no, but
I don't know if it's that sad. It's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to break an elephant, I believe. So
it was the same circus. They had elephants last time, not this time, and obviously I would expect them to be respectful and good to the elephants, but they're just not here anymore. They're not. No. What do you mean they're not allowed to be here? If they were here, they had to ship them out. We're just not allowed to have elephants. Period. What does that mean?
You cannot import elephants into America. You cannot bring them in. Can they still be bred here? Government, the government.
Which government? What's going on?
It's international sanctions, also against the import of ivory, including antiques. And I totally understand that they do not want any more poaching of especially African elephants, which are more dangerous.
Which, of course, they do anyway, and
Asian
sell them to the Chinese
yes,
who don't give a shit, right?
Yeah,
I'm
aware of this. My dad rebuilds pianos, and many antique pianos, more than 100 years old, have original ivories on them.
Right.
And it is really difficult to impossible to move or sell pianos that have original ivories on them. And I think it is kind of a waste. You're supposed to like burn and throw away those ivories. And I'm like, when it is an antique of an elephant that died long ago, I think there is nothing wrong with using the ivory that has already been harvested and processed. Completely. Like no elephant is being harmed at this point.
Yeah. Although for a while they were using old piano keys to make these beautiful little necklaces, charms. People would carve them. You'd see a lot of it at Ren Fair. I never allowed myself to have one just because of that, but I always wanted one.
Well, actually, you mentioned Chinese. There's a lot of market now for mammoth ivory, which is not protected by the same sanctions at all because mammoths are all extinct, but there are enough mammoth remains coming out of permafrost, and it's especially artisans in China who are acquiring and working a lot of this mammoth ivory. If you wanted to get like a mammoth ivory, like a wedding band, a wedding ring, you could get one. And I've seen like full mammoth tusks that get carved, and you could just do that.
So I agree. I don't want anybody harvesting any elephants for their ivory, but that has nothing to do with having elephants here. Obviously, in wherever you send an elephant, the humans are supposedly supposed to help preserve the animal and treat them right. Why is America a place that is now banned from having any elephants? We're not allowed to care for elephants because we're evil. What is going on?
Because of the ridiculous standards that places like PETA and organizations set.
Yeah, that's
for
the
these
reason.
Kind of things. The billionaire boys cabal. Club. Just the people who make these decisions.
We don't club seals and we don't murder elephants.
Well, no, but nobody wants to murder elephant. Well, I mean, some people do.
They just think we do.
But they just think only Americans want to murder. I don't want. Elephants are my favorite land animals.
I worked at a zoo. My last job before I retired, I worked at a zoo, and
that's fantastic.
I was not hands-on. I was administrative, but I learned a lot. And we were building a massive elephant exhibit, and so I had to work the meetings. The commission meetings where the public came to protest and write up all the minutes. And so I got an education. And PETA and groups like them really grab onto stuff that they just don't begin to comprehend. And they promote it as reality when it's just their BS, when it's just them parsing and twisting stuff to serve their purpose. And believe me, pretty much any organization like that pays themselves first. They all pay themselves first.
And I'll add that zoos are essential for breeding and preservation programs of critically endangered
they are
animals.
The ARC.
And it's, the ideal would be that all of these animals could still be in the wild, that they're just flourishing in the wild, that there are no poachers, that there's no trade for exotic, like for big game hunting of rare animals, or, for traditional medicines using, the body parts of endangered animals, but zoos and like preserves are what keep some species alive and allows biodiversity to be maintained. And so it's like, if you want, like orangutans, for instance, are critically endangered, and there's a database of orangutans all over the world. And so every time these breeding programs in zoos and preserves, they'll carefully decide, like, okay, which orangutans can we breed? How can we best, keep genetic diversity in this endangered species? And yes, that's one of the problems, is like, there could always be more funding, and like, people want them to have the best, like these endangered animals to have the best like enclosures they possibly can, and sometimes it's not always possible, but like many more species
it can be so much better
extinct.
Very easily.
There'd be less biodiversity on the planet if it weren't for zoos or preserves.
It's not about locking the animals up. Yeah, we don't want that. We're trying to preserve these animals so people can enjoy them for generation upon generation. I remember my grandparents took me to the zoo for the first time when I was like, I think it was 8 or 9, and there was all the animals, and I thought, man, these animals have such a hard time living in here. But at the same time, you have to think there just has to be a couple. There has to be a couple animals that we're preserving in case the world goes to ish, and we can preserve these hippopotamus and zebras to be able to breed them and come back. It is a little inhumane. I get it. But at the same time, what else would we do? Do we want zebras to just go extinct, or should we have some zebras in a zoo? It's a hard choice.
No, it's not that hard. And, the modern standards for zoos are so much better than Victorian. A lot of people just visualize Victorian, iron bars, small cages. No, you get a good-sized environment. The animal's going to be reasonably happy as they can be in an artificial environment. And some of them are pretty happy indeed. So,
one of my favorite zoos I'm going to be visiting this summer, which is Busch Gardens, which has exhibits that are supposed to emulate what the natural environment of those animals are.
Sometimes they emulate them so well you can't see the animal. But that was always my issue with the ocelot. In our ocelot exhibit, I would go every morning. I'm like, I'm still looking to see the ocelot, and they're like, you'll see it someday. I'm like, will I? I don't know. They're very shy.
It would be if it was kept in a zoo.
But that was okay. I was okay with that. And
but yeah, like 30
I
years
could go
ago,
on and on about
40
it.
years ago, the bald eagle was critically endangered here in the U.S. And thanks to the work of bird sanctuaries and rewilding, they are back from the brink. I have a nesting pair of bald eagles in my backyard, which is fantastic. Like I don't approach their tree.
We did that.
But like that, I get to see them so close. And when my mom was a kid, she went to Yellowstone once, and the guide told her they saw a bald eagle, and the guide told her, like, that's a piece of American history you'll probably never see again. And they're back, and it's thanks to the efforts of conservationists and breeders.
Absolutely, yeah. We have an aquarium here which has other animals as well, including eagles, bald eagles, and of course we want our national animal to succeed, and any animal who's facing endangered status or on the brink of extinction need to be helped.
It's a hard line. It's a hard line, ladies. It is to keep an animal locked up, and it is. I don't like it either. I really don't like it either.
No, I don't have trouble with it. No, I'm sorry. You're misunderstanding me. I have no problem.
Just for everybody.
I have no problem with it. When you've got
literally
an 8-acre exhibit for 3 elephants, that's enough room for elephants. They'll be happy there. They'll be all right.
Well, and especially if they're together. If an elephant is alone, you'll see they're sad.
No. Well, the truth is that if you're a male elephant, life's very hard for you, even if you're in Africa. They are not welcome in the social group. Every now and then they bond together as bachelors, but by and large, that's true for a lot of the larger mammals.
You're right in that elephants are matriarchal, so you've got to set up your exhibits that way,
Yes.
where you can have that society.
But
And
I'm fine with it. And when you see the difference
Gorillas,
between a really poor exhibit and then a really beautifully made exhibit, it's like night and day. It's really nice. I mean, of course, and if the animal's aware of the people there, like many gorilla exhibits, their behavior is never going to be natural. It's not going to be like it would be in the wild. But that's the price you have to pay for keeping them going.
well, and sci-fi snob says just like the males in our society. And Pop Culture Mindful says Jerry.
Sorry if that was
Pop Culture
me.
Mindful Jerry says, "Hi, was on my way to bed and wanted to stop in, leave a like, and say hi. Thank you, Jerry." And
Hi.
we're approaching the 4-hour mark here, and I think we're doing pretty good on our timing here. We've got another 27 minutes left.
No, I'm
before I decide
ready
to go to bed myself.
to pull a March hair and say, let's change the subject.
Sure, let's change the subject. Okay, so is there something you want to change the subject to?
Oh no, I think
pop
somebody
culture
else should
or-
lead us. Where's Jamie Lynn? Is she asleep?
I don't know. Like Jamie Lynn is a fan of my
Oh, I
channel.
hope we haven't been running.
I was
over
wondering the
Jamie
same
Lynn.
thing. That's the person I know. I was wondering where she's at.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh, what's
you do
up?
sound sleepy.
Hello.
Let's go from politics to religion, says Sci-Fi Snob. That doesn't
Oh
help.
no, religion.
I mean, if you do have a topic, Jamie Lynn, you want to head to, I would appreciate that. Hey, we got Tim here in the chat. FKHC 2005. He's currently in Paris, France.
Wow.
How chic.
And Pop
Hey,
Culture
magnifique.
Mindful says good night. Yep. Jamie Lynn, is there anything you're interested in watching or something that you want to talk about tonight?
Well, Britney Spears is.
Yeah,
Is
she's
she
on
still incarcerated? They put
OnlyFans.
her,
She's
they put
on
her in jail,
OnlyFans right
didn't
now.
they?
What?
You didn't hear they put her in jail?
Oh, I missed all of this.
I heard she got caught in a speed trap.
Yeah, she went to
I saw.
jail.
Somebody I saw in comments said that apparently where she was arrested is like a really well-known speed trap for trying to catch celebrities who apparently are, crossing over Beverly Hills or something like that. I didn't catch the intersection or anything, but I found that fascinating. And yeah, they busted her.
Wow.
Not caught
Okay,
for
so-
DUI, right?
They
think
caught
so.
Justin Timberlake this week. Justin Timberlake on a DUI this week. And last week, they caught Britney Spears, or 2 weeks ago, maybe caught Britney Spears. Both driving and caught DUIs because they couldn't pass the field sobriety tests.
Guys, just don't drink and drive. You're gonna do a thing, stay home. It's
But what did you want to say about Britney, Jamie Lynn? I'm sorry.
And,
Sometimes I cut people off, which is very
and before we hear from Jamie, I just want to say goodnight to Lenrod. He says he's out of gas.
Lenrod.
Lenrod, thanks for hanging.
Good night.
Jamie, did you have something to add?
Well, she should clean herself up.
I think she's self-medicating because of issues. I don't know that much about her. I just know that her family's treated her abominably, in my humble opinion. And if I was in her situation, I would probably be just as nuts as she is, because feeling that kind of grasp on the back of your neck. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know that much about it, but it just sounds as if they really were using her for a cash cow and kind of controlling her career decisions for
Probably, yeah.
like 2 decades now. And it's like, what a nightmare that would be for anybody. And also, I thought it was kind of brilliant when she shaved her head. I loved it. Everybody seemed to interpret this as some sort of sense of madness. I'm like, no, that's exactly what every woman who's been jilted by her first steady boyfriend wants to do. You want to go out and refute that shit by shaving your head. I know that I did.
She started out at like 10 years old.
Did you actually shave your head?
I did not. I cut my hair very short. I went very mannish. But I did not actually shave. But, but I had the urge. And I understand why. I mean, I knew exactly why she wanted to do that. She just happened
from
to...
Natalie and Brugla. That was your hair at one point.
Oh. So, and,
do you
I
remember that song? I'll send it to you later.
Yeah, please do. I'd like to hear that. So, and that was the start of everybody, like, oh, she's really gone nuts. I'm like, that. I saw the footage of her at the beauty salon, and I didn't think that it was nuts at all. She asked them to do something, they refused, and she just grabbed their shears and went to town on herself. And I thought, that's good for her. That's empowerment. And then everybody, locked her up after that. So my heart goes out to her. I feel bad for her.
So guys view it as a Michael Jackson situation where he was brought up in the same way, a very young man, and he had talent, and they took advantage of it, and then they locked him out of his own money, and he just was like dancing on the stage like a clown or a puppet, and it just because that's what people told him to do, and yeah, that's how I look at it too. Is that she got a bum rap. She was a very good artist, but she never really got to open up her whole legacy. They just locked her down, and the whole rapper guy, I can't remember his name, that her baby's daddy, came in there somewhere, and then it all just went downhill from there. And it's very sad. But now she's trying to do the same music thing, and it doesn't work anymore. And I feel for her. And just like I would, I did for Michael Jackson when he when he got away from his conservativeship, that's what it's called, of somebody who's watching over all his money all the time.
Yeah, and I guess that's how it works. It's just, that is a very strange thing to have somebody. I think even Nichelle Nichols had a problem with that near the end of her life, where somebody else was in charge of finances, and that's just, when you lose control in that kind of way, that's not a lot of fun. But anyway, Nim, ask a question for everybody. How about the Odyssey movie? I'm interested in that. I do like that kind of thing, but we do also have an expert on the panel who might be interested in that. I was wondering, what do you think about the Odyssey movie, Anna?
Everyone's asked me, and I'm not a Greek and Aegean specialist. I have no strong feelings, so people have been like, I'm not completely useless. I actually have taken Greek and Aegean archaeology classes before, and so, but I'm not so much of a purist with the armor, or the fact that they're in Viking ships instead of proper Greek triremes. I can understand that this is essentially, it is a fantasy retelling in a way, and it's in the same way that the Odyssey and the Iliad as texts are not really texts. They in a way are sort of amalgamations of oral tradition that's been passed down and that represents fantasy as well. And Homer was perhaps not a single person, but himself an amalgam of a whole bunch of people passing down oral traditions. And so from that perspective, I don't really mind if the armor is sort of stylized and fantastical, and if aspects of the archaeology in the past are creatively interpreted. I don't like how from a costuming perspective though, I don't like how cheap and plasticky a lot of the armor and things look. I think for Nolan films with Nolan budgets, it could look a lot better than that. But I suppose we will see come this summer when it comes out. There's definitely going to be a lot of buzz about it. But yeah, I'm not going to speak to the archaeology or the accuracy of any of it.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate the candid nature, the way you were so prepared for that question. And there are a lot of big names attached to the movie, and it's definitely something I'm interested in. I liked the Greek stories from when I was a kid, because when I went to school, I had to read the Iliad and the Odyssey. I'm interested.
Have a love that began with the D'Aulaire Book of Greek Myths, with all the beautiful, beautiful illustrations, and then I went and read my just standard Greek mythology stories. What's that common collection that children read? And so I'm always interested in the fantasy elements, and this thing looks a little too realistic, and they're clearly holding back on anything that the Cyclops or the Siren. So I'm just kind of holding my breath. Also, I mean, this is the Odyssey, so it's Ulysses, Odysseus. And
Odysseus, yeah.
Odysseus, it's Matt Damon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Matt, what? That's a choice, man. Matt Damon. That's a choice. Okay. I mean, just from the jump, I'm like, okay, Matt Damon. All right, we'll see. I like Nolan in general, although I see the big film. Why didn't I see that? I don't know. I have issues with it. I've just heard a few things about it where I'm like, I got to see it one of these days anyway. But I could have watched it a couple of times on streaming for free. I was subscribed at the moment or something. For some reason, I was sidestepping, and I'm a Nolan fan too. So I don't know what's up with that. I have issues with the bomb in general, just that general dread. I'm sure that he wasn't lionizing these people. I'm sure it's a very well thought out film and everything, but I just and then they went and gave Cillian Murphy the Oscar. And I'm like, well, I got to see that movie, I guess.
Oppenheimer wasn't shown in Japan at first. It was a bit of a controversy at the time, and people kept being like, "Isn't this Barbenheimer thing just absolutely awful? Like, what do you think about it?" I'm like, I don't know anything. Like, don't come for me. And there was quite a lot of backlash on Japanese Twitter about the whole Barbenheimer thing.
Wow.
And people were really upset about it. The fact that it was being shown, because they were saying it was romanticizing Japanese suffering. At the time, there were a lot of Japanese Twitter users who were making kind of Barbie 9/11 memes to be like, you see how it feels, how awful it is. And they forgot, I think, that Americans kind of like 9/11 memes, and seeing it from the perspective of a Japanese person trying to make the most offensive post they can was really, really funny, and they were getting reshared and retweeted. And so anyway, I had people coming at me for this. I'm like, I haven't seen Oppenheimer or Barbie. Like, I'm here in Japan with you. Like, leave me alone. I don't know. And then it was shown 8 months later in Japan. And then the backlash was at that time that Japan hardly features at all in the film. It's barely mentioned. And then the upset was, we are the victims of,
they want it both ways.
Like atomic bombs twice.
How dare you ignore us?
How dare they? Yeah. How dare we not be recognized in this way?
Yes.
And of course, that wasn't everyone. I think most people just ignored it. There was just a funny little backlash on Twitter.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I can understand that, because the representation of that was very amorphous. It was just seemed like, yes, this was a nightmare. Obviously, the atomic weapon being used is a nightmare, and that's how it's presented in the movie, but it doesn't show Japan also. Mm-hmm. That makes sense why that might upset some people. I want to say goodnight to Kronos, who says, gotta go. Later, taters.
Kronos. Bye.
That's Kronos. Bye, Kronos. And, okay. Oh, there is head case is popping in and out. Maybe he'll return. Odysseus was real. says part-time planting.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's popping in and out. Oh, there's a bit of an echo also. History is history. Fact is fact.
Am I okay now, ladies?
You
We
seem
can hear
okay.
you, yes.
Okay,
Everybody's been
sorry.
popping in and out. No, it's not just you,
Sorry.
it's all of us.
Okay.
Well, and if you guys are popping out because I'm changing, it's because I'm changing the brand. And when I do this, everybody may disappear. Look at that. Everybody disappeared that time. And it's just a thing with StreamYard where that happens. And oh no, not again. See? It happened. It just keeps happening.
Am I still
wanna
here?
change-
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
don't
you
worry.
are.
We're good.
You are.
It's not just you, it's everybody.
Mm-hmm. It does. Because I didn't do this thing where I usually make sure to do a round to make sure that everybody doesn't fall out. And I also didn't change my background from my Rocky and Bullwinkle show, which is why you guys keep seeing Rocky and Bullwinkle and Friends. And what?
Anna has to go.
Anna has to go. Okay. No, it's okay, Anna. I have to go too in about 11 minutes. So you weren't far off from my end of the stream. And I want to thank you so much for spending time with us tonight to share.
Thank you so much for opening it up and having me on. It's really fun to just chat about films and media and such.
Oh yeah, it's very gratifying to talk with people who know the things that you know and read the things you read. There's nothing better.
And on William Shatner's birthday, we had a real equestrian
birthday
on the track.
That's a
That
plus.
is perfect.
How old is he today?
He's 95, isn't he?
Hokey smokes.
Yes.
If I could still, I'm sure he's a far better equestrian than I'll ever be. And if I could be still riding at 95, and it sounds like he's the kind of guy who takes a fall, takes some injuries, and just gets back into the saddle. If I could have that attitude at his age, that'd just be fantastic. What a man.
Yeah, what a guy. That's how I feel about him too. I love him a bunch as Captain Kirk, but he's also more than that. And I appreciate him more and more the more I learn about him. And thank you for sharing and what you know about stuff. And I hope to learn a little more. And hope you come back in December. Well, I mean earlier. I hope you come back earlier than that for other stuff.
You should come back.
Yes.
Thanks for having me tonight. It's always fun to lurk and chat sometimes and to listen to you guys chat, even when it's about shows I haven't seen, and just learn about what people like and why they're so passionate about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That's something I want to discover also. What makes a story good is basically what my channel is trying to discover.
Well, anyway, peace out. Have a good night.
Thanks. Yeah, good night. Yeah,
Good
see
night.
you later. Thank you. And let's bring this way. Do.
Yes. Now we are 4.
Yeah, now we're 4. And I'm going to go through all my brands because there's this thing where StreamYard likes to drop everybody out. And I was trying to find a particular video, and it's difficult to do when StreamYard calls me out on trying to find such a video. And so, no, you didn't offend me, Headcase. You're perfect. It's just that StreamYard drops you out. It wasn't me. I hope you return. Hold on. Let's see. What's going on? Let's go here.
Said we moved from politics to atomic warfare, and dare I say, atomic warfare is politics. And
I know. I'm not trying to do that, Nim. That's not my intention. It just
happened. We were talking about the movie, and it just led to that discussion, which I thought was fascinating.
And what's weird, oh man, and Star Trek itself, it says that World War III happens this year and will end in 2056, and then we get warp drive.
Oh my God. We're going to have a war that lasts until 2056?
Yeah. Well, apparently that is the fictional conceit anyway.
Speaking of fictional conceits, I saw something and just some comments, probably on Reddit, while who knows what I was looking up. I rabbit hole too much. And people were talking about the Mandela effect and time speeding up and everything just seeming to go so much faster now. And somebody said, yeah, it's been that way ever since they turned on Hadron Colliders. And then somebody kind of pointed out how many countries have one. And it was kind of fascinating, just, speculatively. Yes, it made me uneasy, and yet it was interesting.
I see. Yeah, no, I've heard that theory before, that the smashing atoms together does something to the universe that changes the reality of the space, and
it could be true. I know when that part of Oppenheimer, which I still haven't seen, is that when they set off the bomb, they thought it might blow a hole in reality. They thought it might just sort of destroy everything.
Oh, right. Splitting an atom might be another such thing. Anytime you do something drastic to an atom, I can imagine people extending their imaginations to determine whether or not that changes our reality.
Yes.
Or time. Smashing them
or the perception of time, or time itself. Yes, it's things that make you go,
They thought it might set the atmosphere on fire, says Part-Time Planting.
Yes. Oh. And just burn all that off, and then all of our air would escape into space, and we would all be dead.
Yeah. Well, but also when they first made trains, they said people's hearts would explode if you went past 30 miles per hour.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So,
yes,
the line between hearts exploding and the realities morphing and changing because of atoms smashing together. That's a thing. Wes Cagle is here, the scientist at Los Alamos. Yeah, Wes Cagle is your friend. Thought the Trinity bomb might ignite the atmosphere.
Yeah, the Ravenous one said that as well. They thought it might set the atmosphere on fire.
And honestly, I was still looking for a particular clip, but maybe I deleted it. Sometimes I delete a clip, and I'm like, where is it?
And the Ravenous one says, science, you got to take a chance. I saw an episode of The Young Indiana Jones today, where the young Indiana Jones in World War I is appealing to Fokker, the man who not only invented the engine for the plane, named after him, but they also claimed, and it's probably true, that he invented the machine gun to shoot the propeller of similar planes in World War I. And at some point, Indy, as the character, is trying, he's a spy, he's trying to convince Fokker to stop working for the Germans and start working for the French. And Fokker's pretty dismissive because the French haven't offered him enough money. He would like twice as much as the Germans were paying him. And he himself was Dutch, which was interesting. I had never known that. So, the Germans kind of convinced him to work for them. And Indy says, but don't you want to be working for good and not for evil? And Fokker says, well, the Germans believe they are good and they believe you are evil. Who are you to say which one is right? What's more, there's many more scientific discoveries made during war than peacetime. And that extends to medical discoveries and, all kinds of scientific discoveries, mechanical discoveries that are all done during wartime. And then come peacetime, all of these discoveries benefit humanity. So really, who are you to tell me that I'm not doing the right thing? And it was like, for such a light show, it was kind of mind-bending. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's
well, I don't know. Yeah, it seems very simple to me. Is one side doing a genocide and the other isn't? It's
well, this is World War One, not quite.
World War One.
Yes,
okay.
Not
it wasn't
not
World
quite
War
so
II.
bad.
It wasn't World War II.
Not World War II yet. They hadn't quite taken it there yet. Yes.
Gotcha. Sorry, I missed that point.
Yeah.
Okay, this was the clip I was trying to find earlier. Now I finally found it.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah. South Park was pretty good at some certain points, and I especially love that because it was apparently a stand-in. They couldn't figure out what they wanted it to be, so they just said "crab people," and it turned out to be what they actually used.
That's really good.
Yeah, Fokker invented the interrupter gear. So the machine gun should fire through the propeller of the plane it was mounted on.
Ah, thank you. That's said much better than the way I said it, and much more correct too. Thank you.
Oh, I think we did a pretty good job tonight.
Yes.
This Saturday, trying to explore some certain things,
just
including
shooting the breeze.
Yeah, go see Project Hail Mary. I want to see what you think of it.
I will. I will actually go put my butt in a seat and pay my $12 or whatever it is these days.
And hopefully you get some fresh popcorn that isn't stale. I think the popcorn today is a little stale.
I try
to make it fresh.
Oh no, it's often stale. I've worked in movie theaters. It's often stale.
What time
sadly.
of day do you have to go to the theater to get it fresh?
It just depends on the theater. That's the problem, is that some theaters will make it every day and that's what you want. But some theaters will bag the popcorn. They make it once every 2 weeks and they fill giant plastic bags full of it. And then they just keep it up in an attic or something and then fill up the popcorn counter every morning. I know, it's horrendous.
It is. No, yes. Okay. Gotcha.
The first movie theater I ever worked, not the first movie theater, second movie theater I ever worked at did it that way. And I was always appalled. I would tell the manager, this is just gross. And he's like, no, it tastes great. He was a very cheerful guy, attractive young man. Mitch.
It's not great. It was not.
No, it's not great. It was not good popcorn either. I mean, it's got to be fresh. I actually
who loves the Alamo Draft House, and I didn't choose it this time because they have great popcorn, but I didn't choose it because they decided to abandon the write down order system in favor of mobile ordering, and I didn't want to deal with that. So I went with the normal Cinemark. But the popcorn's not as good as Alamo Draft House.
That's very likely true. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. If you can't smell the popcorn popping, or hear it or see it when you walk in, you might be getting some really old popcorn.
It was definitely really old today.
Yeah.
But the movie was great.
Yes. I would say that if you don't see it or smell it, then you probably shouldn't buy it. My last group of friends that I used to go to the movies with actually wouldn't take concessions. They did not buy concessions. And they were a good influence on me. When left to my own devices, I do want concessions.
Yeah, me too. Well, I love just the nachos is but I don't want to eat it during the movie because it crunches and it's loud. But I like to eat it during the previews before the movie starts.
But you can make your own nachos at home, pretty easily. H-E-B's got the best tortilla chips, the ones they make in store, the ones, their own brand. God, those are good. In the plastic bag by the bakery. And then nacho sauce is just It's Velveeta and Rotel tomatoes. Boom, boom.
Rotel tomato. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. It's like a 1 pound of Velveeta and a can of Rotel tomatoes. I like to get the tomatoes without the salt, but yeah, man, that's good eating. That is one of my very favorite things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of cheese. But on that note, this has been a good live stream. Thank you for contributing.
Oh, thanks for having me up. Jamie Lynn. I hope I haven't been talking over you, Jamie Lynn.
Yeah, you're okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jamie Lynn. If there was anything you wanted to talk about tonight, is there anything that you want to talk about before we go?
Yeah, I hope you're doing okay.
You doing okay too, yourself?
Ugh, God, I really hope my birthday is coming.
Ah.
When? This month or next month?
June.
In June.
You can hear it from here. That's yeah. Birthdays are good.
They are. Is there a movie you want me to review for June? I'm open to some reviews.
Jeez.
You're a pretty consistent viewer, so I might consider it. If there's something, well, you can think about it. Tell me later in the chat.
Yeah.
Like snacking on twisties in the cinema, but eating them is so loud. I try to be quiet. Yeah, that's the problem. I like loud food, but I don't want to disturb other people.
I do not know what a twisty is.
Well, me neither, but I can feel that with the nachos.
But it sounds very British because Ravenous One is saying cinema.
Mm.
And here in the States, we tend to call it the movies.
Basically like Cheetos, it looks like. From what Old Man Bird is back just in time for the end of the stream. And I hope you guys have a wonderful Sunday and week coming up. I hope everything goes well for your coming week. And I hope everybody watches Project Hail Mary. Go watch it. You haven't seen it? You've got a job to do this week. You got to go see it before everybody wants you to see Super Mario Galaxy. It's time. Go see it. It's so fun. Yeah, it's like a long twisted up Cheeto. Yeah, I looked it up. That's how I know. That's like a Cheeto.
Excellent. Thank you.
I do like Cheetos. The packets are so noisy. Yep. Very, very good. See, was there anything else here? Yeah. Oh, man.
When this becomes a democracy. I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Bailey.
That's a new clip.
It's good. Mr. Bailey, the forgotten.
Sashi says,
Star Trek regular.
I'm probably watching Project Hail Mary next week.
Sashi.
Oh, good.
You and me both, Sashi. We'll make a commitment to go.
Okay. That satisfies me. And so I'll see you guys next time. Have a great Sunday. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, okay. We love you.
Learn all that is learnable. And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Going to bed. Gotta turn off the lights. Hey, there's TV. Gotta turn off the power. Hey, turning off things. Yeah, it's time for bed. So now, where's the sleepy place? It is upstairs, but I gotta make sure the door is locked, and now it's time for bed. Baxter, he's on the couch. He wonders why I'm singing. I'm going upstairs, and Baxter's coming with me. Just found a little poop. Gonna pick it up with my fingers and throw it in the toilet. Baxter is not to blame. Hey, buddy, you coming up? He's looking at me like I'm a crazy person. Come on, it's bedtime. Anyway, that's my song.
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl, for he is the wisest of us all.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
A good question. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3.
If there's anything I can't stand, it's a smart owl.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
These are Richard Feynman's words from the BBC documentary called No Ordinary Genius from 1993. However, another site says this is from 1981. It is also the subject of Feynman's book, The Pleasure of Finding Things Out. Here it is. I have a friend who is an artist, and he sometimes takes a view which I don't agree with very well. He'll hold up a flower and say, "Look how beautiful it is," and I'll agree, I think. And he says, "You see, I, as an artist, can see how beautiful it is, but you, as a scientist, take this all apart, and it becomes a dull thing." And I think he's kind of nutty. First of all, the beauty that he sees is available to other people, and to me too, I believe. Although I might not be quite as refined aesthetically as he is, but I can appreciate the beauty of a flower. At the same time, I see much more about the flower than he sees. I could imagine the cells in there, the complicated actions inside, which also have a beauty. I mean, it's not just beauty at this dimension of 1 centimeter. There is also beauty at a smaller dimension, the inner structure, also the processes. The fact that the colors in the flower are evolved in order to attract insects to pollinate it is interesting. It means that insects can see the color. It adds a question. Does this aesthetic sense also exist in the lower forms that are, why is it aesthetic? All kinds of interesting questions which a science knowledge only adds to the excitement and mystery and awe of the flower. It only adds. I don't understand how it subtracts.